Test, test. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. Thank you so much for the continued participation in the discussion on the previous streams. Really do appreciate everybody who's been stopping by and making those streams special. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're having a great weekend. Tonight we're going to be talking about Universal Naruto again. This is our third in a series. So if you're interested in learning more about this stuff, please feel free to go check out the other previous two episodes that we did, which were discussing the Tsukuyomi specifically. But of course, if you have any specific questions or anything that you'd like to go over, I'm more than happy to answer those questions and to jump around a little bit if that is where the evening takes us, so to speak. But to provide a brief overview and summary of the topic of discussion this evening, we're going to be talking about Universal Naruto, as I mentioned before. If you're not familiar with that term or with the power scaling arguments around this topic, basically the idea that a Naruto character is universal is the idea that they could either destroy something that's equivalent to our universe with an omnidirectional blast, or do something that's basically the energy output equivalent of that. So that would be called a DC feat, a destructive capability feat. If they have an AP feat, attack potency feat that is on that level, that could also count as universal. If they manage to create something that costs the same amount of energy essentially as it would to create or destroy our known universe, that would also be universal. I've seen some definitions of universal be described as simply spanning a space that is the space, like the distance across that our universe is. So depending on which like rubric or metric you're using, the definition might change a little bit, but the one that you will usually hear, especially in terms of like cross or between fictional universe scaling for Naruto stuff, is the idea that Naruto or a character in the Naruto universe is capable of outputting the energy equivalent of destroying or creating our known universe. So I want to make it clear that I keep emphasizing our known universe, right? Because in fictional universes, you could have different universes that are of different shapes and sizes, basically, that have different contents, different things in them. Some universes might be more densely populated than others. Characters might be able to create small pocket universes. Like Rick and Morty does this all the time. They have that episode where like they make the little micro universes inside the car battery and stuff like that, right? So are those universes literally equivalent to the main universe that Rick and Morty are in? Maybe, maybe not. But if we're talking about a universal feat, we're discussing the energetic equivalent of destroying or creating something that scales to our universe. Like we need some kind of a frame of reference, some kind of a measuring stick, a gold standard, whatever you want to call it. So I just want to make that clear for people who might just be kind of hopping into the conversation. So if you're like me, you read through the series, you might be confused as to how this is even an argument in the first place. Right, because oh hey, Dr. Strangle, how's it going? Yeah, Dr. Strangle says, how many times are we going to get space mistranslated to space time? Probably a lot. I mean, I'm just going to go through what I happen to come across in the manga. I actually don't think we're going to be looking at too many like peripheral things. Like we're looking at some databook statements, but not too much about space time. But yeah, we're going to be talking about that as well. I got a whole bunch of highly professional references queued up for us to go over this evening regarding like space and space times. We're going to be talking a lot about frogs. It's going to be a frog type stream, so I hope you're prepared for that. But yeah, so again, for those who are kind of like maybe surprised that this is even a discussion at all, like you read through the comics, you maybe see some characters capable of maybe blowing up a planet or something like that, and you see other characters who are relative to those characters, but you don't see anything that's on the order of destroying an entire universe. That seems a little excessive, and you'd be correct in my opinion. I don't think that there is any evidence whatsoever from the main series indicating that characters are capable of doing this. Are they capable of creating spaces or subspaces or alternate dimensions or planes or voids or whatever you want to call them? Sure. That's definitely supported, but creating or destroying a construct that's equivalent to our universe, no, I don't think that's supported at all. Okay, so then what are the arguments that are being made? Where are people coming up with these ideas, and how are people getting to this conclusion, which I seem to think is an incorrect conclusion? Well, from listening to a bunch of different YouTube videos and like trawling through some forum posts and stuff like that, the two main arguments that I heard were based on the Tsukuyomi and based on Kaguya. The past two streams we talked about the Tsukuyomi. To summarize that very, very briefly, The idea is that certain characters can create alternate spaces or alternate planes or dimensions, which you could potentially describe as being an alternate universe. Wait a minute, alternate universe, Universal Naruto confirmed. So like, I don't want to be too much of a dick about it or anything, but that's essentially my assessment of those arguments. Is like, there are certain people who their perspective is that these spaces that are created by jutsu, like the Tsukuyomi, since we can semantically define them as being universes, and the power scaling definition of universal involves like significantly affecting, creating, or destroying a universe, then the Tsukuyomi is creating universes. Characters using the Tsukuyomi to create universes are universal, and other characters who scale to them are universal as well. So, like Obito or Nanashi perform universe level feats when they use the Tsukuyomi to create their spaces. Obito in the last specifically, and Nanashi in Naruto X Boruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections, um, those characters are creating these actual spaces that are universes, so they're universal. It's basically like that. Now, we went over this in the previous stream, so I'm not going to be talking about that too much tonight. Just to give you some context, if you happen to be finding this video or stumbling across this stream tonight, as to where we're coming from and what we talked about previously. The other major arguments are surrounding the Otsutsuki, and specifically, they stem from discussions around Kaguya, usually. Kaguya, as we are all familiar with, if we've read the series, is portrayed as basically being a demigod, and her powers are, on that level. She has the ability to perform some pretty insane feats that are portrayed as being significantly above pretty much everything else that's come thus far in the series, with some exceptions. Maybe like Hagoromo in his prime was maybe relative to her, but I think it's implied that she's like, she fought against Hagoromo and Hamura simultaneously, so she's the final boss, and she's the final boss for a reason. So if she has feats that are capable of, say, creating and destroying universes, then she and the other Otsutsuki who potentially have similar abilities would scale to universal, and therefore if Naruto, Sasuke, DMS Kakashi are able to perform feats that are superior to her in any way, then they would scale to universal or universe level as well. How do we get Kaguya to that place? What are the arguments that are being made? Well, essentially, there's two. One is that she can create and destroy universes with her eternal, or rather, expansive Truth Seeker orbs. Eternal is a fan term. The actual term is expansive Truth Seeker orbs, or expansive Truth Seeker balls. And the other is the idea that when she uses her Ame no Minaka, she can move the entire Naruto universe out of the way to make room for her own universes. So, that all being said, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to start off by looking through the Kaguya chapters. There are not too many of them. We're not going to read every single line by line necessarily, but we're going to skim through, and we're going to focus on what actually happens when Kaguya uses her Ame no Minaka, or Ame no Minaka, however you pronounce that. When she uses that jutsu to summon dimensions, what is actually happening? How do characters react to it? How do they define it? Then we're going to take a look at some other space-time manipulation ninjutsu throughout the series, and try to get a sense of whether or not the description of Kaguya as moving the entire universe out of the way, or like rotating universes around, actually makes sense. And then we can kind of tie it all together and see if the current explanations that have been used in support of Universal Naruto make sense in context, or maybe if there's a better model out there. My goal is not necessarily to debunk Universal Naruto, in the same way that my previous videos weren't geared specifically towards debunking Lightspeed Naruto, but I do think that there's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding that's out there on this topic, and I want to provide to balance the scales a little bit by providing more information and more context on to clarify. And then if you come to the conclusion that Naruto characters are universal, hey, at least you're doing so based on better evidence, in my opinion. That being said, at the end of the day, we are all analyzing art here. We're interpreting art. This is a work of art. It's a work of fiction. And so it's inevitable that people will come to different conclusions. I don't think headcanon is a 4-letter word. I mean, head is, but the whole thing itself is not a 4-letter word, if you know what I mean. It's often used in a derogatory way. And no, it's not. Having your own interpretations that enhance your understanding and excitement about the series is totally fine. If you want to interpret it that way, genuinely, I'm not saying this in a condescending way. You're not stupid. You're not dumb. You're not being ridiculous or something. But I would encourage people, especially if you're a content creator that's like making money off of supposedly educating people on this subject, I would encourage people to just be like cautious and precise with the information that they handle. And especially if they're like using their platform to share that information with others, just try to provide a complete picture of the information that you're sharing, and that's what I'm going to try to do tonight. You guys are going to help me stay accountable to that, I hope. Let me know if you agree or disagree. But that being said, we're going to get started in just a second. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, hey, Saria, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I saw some footage earlier today for Hyrule Warriors, and it looks fucking sweet. Have you gotten a chance to spend much time with it? Have you gotten a chance to play? It looks really, really good. I can't wait to get my hands on it. But I hope you're doing well. Dr. Strangle says the calculation for universe level doesn't account for every star in the universe. It's just an average of be able to destroy a star that is at the edge of the universe 38 billion light years away. All the stars between the start and the end at 38 years or light years away would also be destroyed because the calc accounts for energy fall off. Oh, I see. Okay, so like basically if the border of the universe is 38 billion light years away, and it's like that's the radius, right, it's sort of like in all directions, and I emit an omnidirectional blast, as long as it goes and swallows up everything within that sphere radius, then it would be considered to be universal. Or are you saying like if I fire like a kamehameha straight forward and it tunnels through everything in its way to get to that star on the other end of the universe, then that would be a universe level feat? I guess I'm a little confused because like when I listen to people describe things in power scaling videos, the way that people in the videos will tend to describe things is like blow up or create a universe, right? And then other people will specify that it's like blow up or create a universe that's relative to ours. But then sometimes different places like character stats and profiles or Comic Vine or VSB will have definitions that are more about like distance, like you're saying. So I mean, I think there's probably going to be some flexibility in the definition. So tonight, I guess, like I appreciate any clarification in that regard, and I'll just try to provide the background context for it, and then we can see how that data fits into any of these given definitions, if any of them work, if that makes sense. Sorry, you've beaten it. Damn. Okay. All right. That was fast. I'm impressed. How did you like it overall? What's your review? If you are ready to share. I gotta say, going through Clair Obscure again, I'm only part of the way through it. Like I haven't gotten to the Axons yet, but man, there's so much depth to that game. I'm appreciating it more and more the more I play with it. But I was also playing a little bit of Berserk and the Band of the Hawk, Berserk Muso, over like a week or so ago, just as like a chill kind of background idle game, and I'd like something similar to that, but maybe a little bit more advanced. So it looks like Hyrule Warriors might fit into that category. Dr. Strangle says, I hate the significantly affect part of all the tiers that they have it. It just seems so arbitrary. Yeah, so I think I can sympathize with the desire to have something like that in place. Like, if you, like, one of the definitions for Kaguya being universal involves describing her being able to move the universe. So we don't see her destroying everything or like creating a universe that's necessarily provably equivalent to our own. However, like Sage of Thick Calves, I think, argued at one point that like he thinks that she's actually physically displacing and shoving the main Naruto universe out of the way. Whatever that means, we can talk about the details of that later. But basically, that would count as an act of significantly affecting the universe. Now, obviously, like if I pick up a 1 pound diamond or a 1 pound steel ball, like a titanium ball or something, and I throw it, I'm significantly affecting it. But that doesn't mean that my hand has the energy equivalent of being able to like destroy it, or that I can physically output the same amount of force it would take to mold that titanium, to like heat it up and sculpt it into that shape, right? So I do think that it's totally fine to have, like, in the same way that we have like pulverization and vaporization, or like fracture, violent fracture, whatever, or fragmentation. It's totally fine to have like a significant effect tier, but basically that would just be like a lower end tier of the universal bracket, so to speak, and then we would have to be careful about what we mean by that. And I do think that the tendency is to just say like, um, okay, so this particular whatchamacallit, this sorry, I get distracted. This character is universal by this definition, so that must mean that they're also universal by that definition, and kind of smearing it together. Also, it seems like for some reason there's a little bit of a lag. It seems like maybe chat messages are a couple of minutes behind what I'm saying. So if it sounds like it's taking me a while to respond to you guys, I apologize. I have my chat window up like right next to me. But it seems like it might just be a little bit delayed. So sorry if it seems like I'm like not paying attention. Saria says, "Oh yeah, I don't know where the new rise in hate for VSBW came from recently, but it's so funny. So many Kirby fans, Sonic fans, God of War, they're just like, what are you talking about?" Yeah, that is kind of funny actually. Because I mean, I think I kind of get it. It's like I think there's something happening with like from my perspective anyway, my limited perspective. There seems to be like an arc going on with VSBW. Um, Similar to what happened with Naruto Versity. Like Naruto Versity is still a place that a lot of people cite as a reference point, but also people are realizing that not all the translations on there are perfect or entirely transparent, because sometimes we translating things from Japanese to like Portuguese or German and then back into English. Things are lost in translation. Um, Idioms get misinterpreted. And we're actually going to talk about a little bit of that tonight with Kaguya as well. So I think there's been a cry out in the community, so to speak, for people to start accumulating more and better translations. And I know, like, Dr. Strangle, you did some translations that helped me out previously, and Hobbs has done some, and I think we chatted about that in Discord about, you know, the effort that's involved in, like, basically redoing Naruto Versity's work. And it's not to slander the amazing work that they have done. It's just like, I think the last time the site was updated, or like some of these translations are back from like 2017, 18, 19, etc. And the community has just grown since then. Like we've gotten better at certain things. There are more people available to fact check things and to provide peer review for the translations. So it makes sense to have like a second wave, so to speak. And I think probably Comic Vine is, at least from what I've seen, Comic Vine seems to be where people are kind of gravitating towards as like a refreshed version of VSB. But then again, I've seen people like link to calcs on Comic Vine, and then you go check them out on Comic Vine, and then it turns out that like it's just a mirror link to something on VSB. And if you go to VSB, they actually have people like debating things in the comments section and giving peer review, and then you have people who are like moderators or admins who are either approving or rejecting the calcs. There's that one person who I keep seeing all the time. His name is like Avasarala or something like that, who's like very active in reviewing Naruto calcs. And so I think there's at least a little bit more peer review on there than I see on certain other places. Now, that doesn't mean that I agree with everything. Like, one of the calcs that I reviewed was the calc for the mass of the moon in Naruto, and it was based on it was actually a calc for Toneri's power output, and it was using the mass of the moon, assuming that the Naruto moon had the same mass as ours. And then like somebody brought up, hey, why are we assuming that the mass of the moon is the same? Because it's hollow in the inside. And then somebody said, okay, let's just assume that it's 15% hollow. And then they redid the calc based on that. I'm like, okay, that's something, but they just kind of like gave a guesstimate of like, if we assume that it's 15% hollow, then is this math correct? Then they said, yes, it is. And then they approved that on that premise. But that doesn't mean that the interior is actually that hollow, right? So there's caveats to any given system, right? And I think sooner or later we all have to, I guess, like combine all the different bits and pieces and try to come up with the most complete picture that we can based on those bits and pieces. Saria says, oh yeah, I saw that. Dr. Strangle says omnidirectionally. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm glad that I am sort of semi on the right page there. That's still like a lot of things consumed along the way, so yeah. Dr. Strangle says, and I think the most important thing too is just like, for the purpose of this stream, I just want people to be aware again, like we talked about last time, my understanding of the estimates of how many like black holes there are is somewhere between like the trillions and quintillions. So there are like somewhere between quintillions and trillions and quintillions of black holes in the universe. There are trillions upon billions of stars, and probably more planets and moons and other things like that. So when I hear people talk about this stuff, they say, well, Kaguya, the idea that Naruto characters are universal isn't really all that crazy because, I mean, look at Kaguya. Kaguya created a dimension, and the dimension has at least a star and a planet, and she did that, and so that's a solar system. So she's solar system level, which, again, that's not really what that means, but okay, let's just say that it is for now. And she maybe has 6 dimensions, so she maybe did that 6 times. Okay, cool. So she creates 6 solar systems. Let's say she creates 6 solar systems that are equivalent to ours. How many solar systems do you think there are in our galaxy, and how many galaxies do you think there are in the entire universe? We're talking about like billions of galaxies, right? There are enormous numbers of celestial objects out there, and that's just based on our best estimates now. So making any kind of leap from I think the error, I think the tendency to be aware of is saying, since these characters are fucking with stuff that is like in space, then they are in this like space tier, I guess. Like space meaning like outer space. And so once you can wrap your head around a character being able to obliterate or create a star, well then I mean that we're already talking about astronomy stuff anyway. So like why can't they just blow up a whole universe? Like that's the stuff that we need to be aware of, I think, is that's like a pitfall. Um, Dr. Strangle says, my mass bends space-time all the way out to the edge of the universe as it never falls off to zero. Is that a significantly... Well, yeah, that's a really good point. To me, significantly affects, says Dr. Strangle, is just an arbitrary, I feel like this should count. Yeah, I think, like the term violent fragmentation, as an example, doesn't really mean anything inherently. You would have to kind of define what it means to violently fragment something. Like, I know it's not quite what you're saying, but that's why I don't like the term like chaotic Shinra Tensei as an example, because the term chaotic implies a certain, there's like personifying it or like implying a certain kind of character to it that doesn't necessarily fit, and it kind of makes it seem like it's a separate jutsu. So it's like, I think sometimes we need to have terminology available to us to describe specific things, but if we're not careful about the way that we phrase that, then it can just be kind of used in ways that are misleading. And so like saying significantly affect, that kind of needs more clarification, right? It should be significantly affect by moving a minimum of this amount. Like there should be like a unit of measurement, right? Like what is it, like is it a joule that, or like 1 degrees Fahrenheit, I forget, I should really know this, that is the amount of energy it takes to, like, what is the amount of energy that it takes to raise like 1 cubic liter or centimeter of water by 1 degree Fahrenheit, right? Like standardize a unit based on a agreed upon measurement, and then use that, something like that, create a yardstick, right? Dr. Strangle says, if you look at the traffic analytics versus Battles Wiki, is still 100 times bigger than all the alternatives. Okay. All right, then. So I might have been a little bit naive about my Renaissance theory, but that's okay. I'm sure that there's still room for like contrasting views in other places. I don't think that any one place should have a monopoly over any of this information. It's good to have contrasting viewpoints. Okay. Well, that being said, before we get into the debate, or the not the debate, the analysis here, I want to point out that I did watch, or like I was present on YouTube for the debate between Sage and Jay the Great last night. And Darth Magog and I I talked about this both on stream and on Discord a little bit. And I think I'm probably going to want to talk more about the data books eventually, because these data book arguments keep coming up and they're so frustrating. Dr. Strangle, I think you were there in VC when Sage and I were talking about this too, about like the data books being regarded as inherently valuable or valid because they fit the specific literary definition of like an informative text or whatever. It was just really difficult to sit through that and to be like, excited to hear a debate about Hashirama versus other characters and like where Hashirama scales and stuff, and then basically just be treated to a university lecture on literary style guides and shit. It's like, okay, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like people work really, really, really hard to not have to deal with the manga. Like, let's find whatever peripheral statements we possibly can. Let's dig into the novels, let's dig into the movies and the video games, just anything other than engaging with the manga, which is kind of why I wanted to start with the manga tonight. Not that you can't or shouldn't use peripheral materials. I mean, they are things that people have created to expand on and explore the universe. I'll be the first person to say that I think if you're a Naruto fan, you should check out a couple of novels. You should watch a couple of the movies. Like, I was very pleasantly surprised by most of the movies that I watched. And ironically, like, I wound up enjoying some of the movies like Crescent Moon Kingdom and Blood Prison and Bonds and Shippuden the movie more than I did like the big ones that more people talk about and are considered to be closer to canon. Like, Road to Ninja has some good moments. I really didn't love it. The Last is okay. It has some good moments. It's fun at times. I didn't love it. Fucking love Blood Prison. That shit was awesome. Clash in the Land of Snow, also pretty cool. I love the setting of the Lost Tower. I didn't think it was that great overall as a movie, but it was still a lot of fun. The what the hell was that other one called? The Stone of Galel I didn't like as much, but it was still pretty creative and had some fun moments. So yeah, you'll probably get something out of it. You'll probably, at the very least, you get a chance to see what other people have done with this IP and see their creativity and perspective on the series kind of reflected. So I think it's worth your time to at least check out a couple of them. Also want to say that I managed to get a chance to see the Chainsaw Man movie, the Reza arc, last night, and it was really, really good. I really liked it. And then I went back and I skimmed through some of the chapters of the manga because I hadn't read it yet. And both the manga, the anime, and the movie are like really, really faithful to the manga from what I've seen, like surprisingly so. To the point where, like, I feel like the manga, the anime, it's a rare instance where the anime's overall quality, I think, just is slightly outpacing the manga. Like, obviously the manga creator gets full credit for inventing the universe and defining the characters and stuff like that, but just with the resources and the team behind them, so to speak, like, they've really brought the universe to life in an extremely compelling way. The art is consistently of high quality, the animation, the sound. There are just so many genuinely beautiful moments, like, you have a scene of, I'm not going to spoil anything from the movie, but you have like a super climactic battle scene with like explosions going off and the chainsaws revving and people screaming and blood spurting everywhere. And then you'll just have this incredibly quiet, intimate scene of like a character pouring some like coffee beans into a grinder and then like gently, slowly pouring the water into the filter. And it's like, oh my God, like everything is so beautifully done. And the like Mappa, at least in this particular IP, they're capable of going back and forth between such like vividly, like vastly different scenes and themes and everything, and making them all feel like genuinely great. So I would encourage anybody to check it out. I mean, I think despite some like juvenile themes, I guess you could say, in early Chainsaw Man, like the series itself is like fucking great. I really like it, and I'd recommend like anybody check it out, basically. Preferably, people maybe over the age of 13, because it does. There's certain themes and stuff that it goes into that I think it's probably better if you're a little bit older. Like, I wouldn't recommend it to your 8-year-old nephew or some shit like that. Anyway. Dr. Strangle says violent fragmentation equals sheer strength of a material. If you look at that link the VSBW uses to get their numbers. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, so that might just be like my own lack of knowledge on the subject then. It seemed to me to be a relatively arbitrary thing the last time I looked at it. Like, big chunks equals fragmentation, small chunks equals violent fragmentation. But I guess, like, sometimes I think I don't even give them enough credit. And there might be like better terminology that's better defined, like you're saying. I will say the one thing that that can be frustrating about that page is that you'll go and look at the tiering system, and then their tiering system will be like, it'll say something along the lines of mountain level means you can destroy a mountain, or like planetary means you can destroy a planet, but we all know that planets are different shapes and sizes. And then you had to, you shared this with me a few streams ago, like you had to help me find where they actually have like the sizes and shit listed for like small planet, large planet, etc. That's sort of hidden, or at least that's slightly harder to access from a random Google search or whatever than just the baseline, like, you know, overall tier descriptions, which I think is a little frustrating. But anyway, Dr. Chanko says, I find their descriptions, the destruction level to be lacking, so I refine them on my site. Yeah, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. That's genuinely a very helpful thing to have, like bit of information to have. It provides so much clarification, which is genuinely appreciated. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to be talking about Kaguya first and foremost, and to have our discussion about Kaguya, we're going to be starting off at chapter 679, and specifically, I want to try to, one second, actually. Okay. I want us to just keep an eye out for mentions of terms like, you know, dimension and plane and space and universe. When Kaguya and Zetsu and other characters describe what is happening when the dimensions or the spaces shift, what actual descriptions are we getting from the manga first and foremost? What do we see happening? And then if we look in peripheral sources like the data books, what kind of information are we getting from those peripheral sources? How does that information line up to what we're seeing in the primary source, the series itself? So at the end of 679, this is where Kaguya shows up for the first time. Kaguya says, this place, this land is my precious nursery. I cannot let it be damaged further. So she's referring to the main quote-unquote Naruto Universe or Naruto planet, whatever you want to call it. Well, not whatever you want to call it. It's like, you know, I think when she says nursery, I think if we put that statement together with what we know about the Otsutsuki, like planting the trees and cultivating them, I think she's referring specifically to Earth. But we can just say that she might also be referring to the dimension that they're in or the universe they're in. Let's leave that open for now and just see what other information that we get as we go through the chapters, right? So she says, here that is, Naruto seems confused at first, and then we see, I don't know what the sound effect is here. Maybe we should check the black and white version. But basically there is a, you know, reaction from Naruto. He perceives something happening, and there's like that startle reaction, and then all of a sudden they're in a different place. So actually, I am curious about what that sound effect is, like how they chose to represent it. So what did I say? It was 679. Let's just take a really quick look at the end here. I say it was just judder. Okay, so it's like there's a shudder, there's a shake, and then all of a sudden they're just in this other space. And that makes sense. Okay, so and I'm happy to go back and forth, by the way, to the black and white. I just remember somebody requesting us do the color thing because it hurt their eyes to look at the black and white for long periods of time. Okay, so chapter 680. They are now in this alternate space, and Kakashi asks if they are in a genjutsu, but then he says no, by the feel of it, it's real. So he's able to tell the difference between genjutsu and reality, and he concludes that this is a real space. And we talked about this before with Noodle's multiversal video and stuff like that, okay? So let's just keep going. Okay, obviously, like Kakashi says, I was right, it's not a genjutsu, they're in this space, it's a real space, and we see this emphasized very clearly by the fact that the headband is disintegrating, it's detaching from Sakura, etc. And then what Kakashi says specifically here is she summoned an alternate dimension. Now, she says she summoned an alternate dimension with a question mark. So I think it's worth noting that this is the language that he is specifically using to describe this, but he's also adding the question mark as if it's still open-ended. He still hasn't entirely figured out what's happened here. So I think it's worth using this statement. This can be a useful thing to refer to, but also just keep in mind that he doesn't necessarily have like perfect knowledge over what's happening. This literally just happened, and so we should probably try to put this statement in context with other things that we might see over the course of the scene. Okay, so let's scroll through. They're discussing what to do next, discussing whether or not to save Sakura. Sasuke is being his, let's just say, pragmatic self. We're going to go ahead a little bit to the next mention of what's happening with the dimensions. Now, I do want to point out here that while all this is happening, simultaneously, at the same time, Hashirama, Tobirama, and all the rest of them, like Hiruzen and all them, are still alive in the main universe. So some people seem to be under the impression that any time Kaguya changes her dimension, she is totally rewriting her dimension, right? Like she basically, when she goes into the lava dimension, she completely destroys the entirety of the main universe and then builds an entirely new universe from the ashes of the old one and then brings everybody there. That doesn't seem to me to be supported at all in the manga, and furthermore, I think you can debunk that pretty easily by just demonstrating that simultaneously with the events in this alternate space, alternate dimension, whatever you want to call it, that you know, these characters are still back in the main universe, so it hasn't been destroyed or eliminated. I think somebody else pointed this out in a previous stream, but shout out to Naruto for catching and saving Sasuke's hawk when Sasuke couldn't even be bothered to fucking dismiss it and was just gonna let it burn in the lava like a fucking asshole. Good job for Naruto to like actually prevent it from experiencing that pain or whatnot. So yeah, not not currently a huge Sasuke fan. But anyway, so this is important to note. Kaguya's purpose, again, in case people have missed it, is in fighting Naruto and Sasuke and all of them here in particular, is that she wants to reabsorb their chakra. You know, chakra was originally, according to what we're told in Naruto, like before Boruto, Kaguya ate the fruit from the divine tree, and then she became the first person on Earth to have chakra. And then when she gave birth to Hagoromo and Hamura, they had chakra in them. And so, like, her children had chakra and got some of her chakra, and she wants it back. She wants to, like, reacquire it and consume it, which is why she's saying, all chakra belongs to me and me alone. I shall reunify chakra all once more. And why she moved them away from the main dimension, the main universe, because she doesn't want to destroy and damage her sources of chakra that are on Earth. She wants to get more chakra, not to destroy potential sources that she could then reabsorb it from, which is why, you know, we have that giant ass tree that's draining people's chakra. There's more to it than that, obviously. You know, there's a whole White Zetsu army thing, but this is one of Kaguya's main motivations, is just to get back what she thinks is hers, and what that is chakra. Now, worth noting also that in this lava dimension over here, we do see a structure. I think we see one in maybe not all of her dimensions, but in several of them, indicating that, you know, people do spend time here, whether it's just her or other Otsutsuki or whatever. People do like to come to these places and chill. This seems like almost like a Mustafar kind of like outpost in the lava world or whatnot. It's kind of funny. Anyway, so they clash. We can go on to the next chapter. Not much there. That happens for our purposes. They're fighting. Okay. Now, Kaguya uses a jutsu over here called Yomotsu Hirasaka. And this is a separate jutsu from the Ame no Minaka. The Ame no Minaka is the jutsu that she used to pull everybody into this lava world, or to summon the lava world, however you want to phrase it. This is another jutsu that she has that allows her to move between spaces via a portal, and or pull people into the portal themselves. It's very similar to the Kamui. I think it's described as being a predecessor to the Kamui, and Obito is able to resonate his Kamui with these portals and make use of them, as we'll see in a little bit here. But it is a separate jutsu from the Ame no Minaka, and it also seems to be more limited, where I don't think we ever see her pulling more than one person through at a time. So if she wants to pull in a whole bunch of people, she's probably going to use the Ame no Minaka. If she wants to pull in one person at a time, or send her ash bones through them or something like that, use like Portal, like the video game Portal style trickery, she's going to use Yomotsu Hirasaka. Here's some information about Hamura and Hagoromo and the distribution of the chakra fruit and her desire to get it back, etc. The connection to the Uchiha and Senju, and Madara eventually kind of reawakening Rinnegan through, coughing up bits of Hashirama and stuff like that, restoring Kaguya, etc., etc. And then this chapter, I don't think there's much in here for our space-time investigation. This is just like the reverse harem jutsu. Kaguya winds up getting pressured by Naruto and Sasuke. They try to seal her, and then this happens, right? So this is on chapter 682. All of a sudden, almost like before they can perceive anything, it doesn't really even seem like they react to it before it happens. we see some sort of zoom in effect that seems to be focusing on this eye, specifically like the Rinne Sharingan that's in the middle of Kaguya's forehead, and then quote unquote all of a sudden they are just in the ice world somehow. That's just where they are, almost instantaneously, maybe instantaneously. And what Naruto's clone says is it's changed, question mark, right? So it referring to the world of the time space, not exactly sure what the perfect term for it is, but he describes the world around them as having changed. Okay? Now, when she goes into this portal, Sasuke describes her moving between spaces. So we get a description of the use of the Yomozu Hirasaka as moving between spaces, but we get a description of the Ame no Minaka, which involves the Rinne Sharingan to change the space, as changing the space. Okay, so I'm just pointing that out to illustrate the difference between Ame no Minaka and Yomozu Hirasaka. One is like portaling between spaces, and the other seems to be affecting the nature of the space on a deeper level. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. So Naruto and Sasuke try to get out of the ice, and we see another like palace over here, this little castle. I think the same castle or whatnot is also shown in Boruto when Sasuke goes to investigate Kaguya's dimension. It looks a little bit different actually. Let's take a look. Where were we? 682. Yeah, it looks a little bit different. Actually, it looks like this is more elaborate because it has these spires over here, but the architecture is very similar with this dome and stuff like that. So it looks like maybe part of it fell away, or maybe this is just another castle in the same place. But I think the implication is that when Sasuke goes here in Boruto, he's going to the same place that they are here. And I think that's meant to tell us that. Even the cliff outline and everything kind of looks the same if you are willing to make some concessions about the way it's depicted. But anyway, so here's then what. Oh, hang on a second. Dr. Strangle said, yeah, they should hyperlink when they say planet. Yes. That would be so much more helpful. Help to clear up misunderstandings, I think. Saria says Naruto and Sasuke versus Kaguya is literally just a game of chain tag when you think about it. Yeah, honestly, it's like basically 4-dimensional chess is to regular chess as is this is to chain tag, to use an analogy, if that makes any sense. Okay, so Naruto and Sasuke get removed somewhat from the other 4 fighters here, including the clone and these other 3. And what Kakashi says, this place did we shift dimensions again, right? So he's describing what's happening as a dimensional shift. So interesting to keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind as we go forward. And then he says, it feels the same as when we were taken to the previous lava world. I'm pretty sure this is the work of the enemy. Then he says to rewrite the world in an instant and make it reality. This really is like in Jutsu. But Sakura is saying, on what principle? An ice world this time. So we have a few different conflicting ideas thus far of what's happening. First, Kakashi says, did she summon a dimension? Then he says, did we shift dimensions? And then he's saying, rewriting reality, or rewrite the world and make it reality. So change the nature of the world. I think he's also said, like, something changed, like it's changed, like the space has changed. So we have a few different suggestions, phrases, terms that are being used. I will say that if you're ever listening to a debate and somebody pulls out just one panel here or just one page or something like that, that should be a red flag. And this does happen quite a bit when you're listening to debates or listening to people's videos, unfortunately. Always be sure to go through the chapters yourselves and come to your own conclusions, because sometimes, for whatever reason, and I'm sure the reason varies from person to person, but there seems to be like a lack of interest in showing all the different variations of a given term, and it seems like sometimes what people want to do is just find the one that either suits their argument or is the first one that they come across, and they only feel the need to show that. And it's not necessarily even like a malicious thing, like, I'm trying to deceive people or be lazy or whatever. It's just like, I'm looking for a specific piece of evidence. Oh, there, I found it. Okay, I'm all set, right? And then you feel like you've done your homework, you've done the tasks that you're supposed to do, and then you can move on. But the thing is, a lot of times characters in this series and in other series don't really fully understand what's happening. They aren't necessarily omniscient and reliable sources of information, and so you need to watch how they learn how they figure things out and the deductions and conclusions that they come to, right? If you want to know whether or not L thinks that Kira is light, spoilers for Death Note, you wouldn't just find one panel where Ryozaki says, I'm sure of it, light is, light is Kira. Especially when the very next page he says, but then again, maybe not, right? You have to show the full back and forth of how he's figuring things out for it to make any sense in context. So, yeah, this is the work of the enemy. Nah, you don't say. I mean, like, there's Naruto's brilliant intellect on display. I will argue, I will gladly die on the hill of him being a tactical genius, but there still is. Well, it's not even him that says it, but there still is a certain amount of like thick-headedness that oh yeah I think yeah. It's like it's a little bit of detective work that maybe he's not as good at sometimes. But anyway, let's see. So now Zetsu says that she should split them up. So I think it's worth, this is pretty obvious, but I think it's worth noting that when she wants to actually bring everybody to the same place at the same time, or if you don't like that phrasing, she wants everybody within her purview, within her sphere of influence, to be in the same place. However, she's accomplishing that at the same time. That she uses Ame no Minaka to shift or change the space. But when she wants to separate them, she'll use Yomotsu Hirasaka, use a portal, drag them through the portal, and bring them to another place. Now, notice something interesting that happens here, right? Sasuke gets pulled out of the ice world. Naruto remains in the ice world, and Sasuke gets sent to a desert world. Now, this doesn't imply that the world of ice has been destroyed. Like, Naruto is still in that world, the other characters are still in that world, and now Sasuke is in a different world. So Kaguya didn't have to like spin her eye. She didn't have to use Ame no Minaka. She didn't apparently have to do any sort of active creation to make the desert world appear. She just went through a portal with Sasuke and then physically wound up in this other location. In the same way that like what's his name? Obito is never described as having to create and destroy the Kamui dimension every time he goes in and out of it. It's just like it's there, and then he goes through a portal to get there. This is the same thing that Kaguya is doing here. She opens up a portal, she can now access this other dimension, and now she and Sasuke are there, or she can just like throw Sasuke there. I guess she doesn't even really need to hang out there herself. She just kind of like yanks him through. So maybe she just kind of exists in the Kamui like subspace that she can just kind of hang out in, and then bring Sasuke there without entering it herself. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, like, and here's a very clear proof of the fact that these two different dimensions, the two different places, can exist simultaneously. Here's Naruto actually reaching through into the other dimension through this crack, through this fissure. And I think this is actually maybe like an underrated moment because we see there being a distinct like portal link between these two spaces that Naruto is capable of crossing the threshold for, but also at the same time, you know, not being able to fully like transport himself between these spaces, right? So that being said, their fight goes on for a little while. Now, what Sakura says is interesting here. She says, "Could we be the only ones brought to this world? Brought to this world?" And now Naruto says, "No, my real body's here, but I can't sense Sasuke." So it's interesting that he's, he's contesting some of what she's saying. But interestingly to me, he's not actually contesting her phrasing of being brought to the world. Now, that's not a debunk in and of itself. But, you know, if we're looking for opportunities that Kishimoto has to tell us that she is creating and destroying the worlds or whatever, then it doesn't seem to be supported by this particular interaction here. Hey, Loha, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. Loha says, "I don't know if you agree with the way you phrase that Naruto interaction with the portal." Yeah, let me try to rephrase. So, like, Kaguya creates a portal, and that portal is essentially a linkage between these two spaces. Naruto is able to physically exist in one of these spaces, namely the ice world, and then he's able to also like reach through with his hand, and his hand is actually poking through into another world at the same time. So part of him is in the desert world, and part of him is in the ice world. However, he can't actually manipulate the portal himself. if it were fully open, he could just like hop through it and wind up in the desert world. But he has no like space time manipulation, like control over the dynamics of the portal or making it open or whatever in the way that Obito does. I'm just kind of pointing out that this is a moment in which Naruto simultaneously, quote unquote, exists in two dimensions, meaning that like his fingers are poking through into the desert dimension, his body is in the ice dimension, and so he's in two places at once while still being like the same single continuous person or contiguous person, whatever the word is. Now, I guess you could also interpret this as like his fingers technically aren't really poking through, and really what this is just like Sasuke is looking through the hole and he's seeing Naruto's fingers in the intermediary like interstitial space or something like that. But it looks to me like his fingers are actually poking through and wrapping around the inside gap of the portal, and then it's kind of like pinching his fingers, and then it snaps shut and he pulls them back. So I do think that he is actually physically reaching through into that space a little bit, which is just to establish that both of those spaces exist simultaneously, right? So let's see. But now that I've said that, says Loha, I already forgot what you said exactly. Yeah, I hope that helps to kind of clarify things. Let me know if you think that sounds fair. But if you have a contention, I'm happy to hear it. So let's see. Let's see what these characters are saying. Our world's done for anyway. We're prepared ourselves. We're all ready to die, etc. Okay. Again, so right now, we have characters in the ice world, characters back in the main universe, if you want to call it that, main world, whatever, and also a character in the desert world. And potentially Kaguya is in her another subspace because we don't see her right now, but she could also potentially be in the ice world. Not 100% sure where she is right now. I don't think anything here is really useful for our argument right now. Sasuke is wandering around the desert world. He seems to be trying to get out. He says nothing seems to work. Okay. Obito says that their powers are necessary to seal away Kaguya. Naruto is going back to his real body, fighting with Kaguya, and now she emerges from this black hole, so to speak. Not a literal black hole, just like a black fissure or rift. And what Obito says is that's a type of time-space. I've heard that a better translation of this is that that's a type of time-space ninjutsu, right? So this is like a Jikukan ninjutsu or whatever. And he's referring to the portal itself as being a ninjutsu, the way that his Kamui is a ninjutsu. But you might also interpret this as like this particular hole is essentially like a subspace that Kaguya can kind of pop into and out of, rather than like when she goes through it, she has to be in another one of her physical spaces. But I think you could also argue that she's just going back to her root time space or one of the other time spaces. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay. Loha says, I think that sounds fair. Yes, it sounded at first like you were saying Naruto had some power over the portal, like you could somewhat resist it closing. No, I don't think so. I think maybe, like, I'd want to look at how it's depicted in the anime, because if they put sound effects or, they show the portal, like, bulging or whatever, it might be the case that Kishimoto is trying to convey that Naruto's physical strength could somehow, like, block the portal or something, but I don't think that was what they were kind of going for. That's not the interpretation that I came to personally anyway. I think he was just sort of trying to get it to stop, but he wasn't really able to affect it significantly. Dr. Strangle says, I was looking to see if they were translating dimension from space or space-time like they do, and it's neither. Interesting. What would you say would be a better translation? I'd be very curious to know. So Obito says, take into another dimension here, which, obviously that does refer to, like, that is what we see. Like, Sasuke is physically picked up and pulled through the portal and brought to another place, so that makes sense. Emerge from a different time space is an ability similar to my ocular power. That makes sense because she's coming out of this time space. You can also see it here that the portal is being depicted with this swirly, like, Kamui-like texture to it, although it's a little hard to see. He says, if I resonate my Kamui, then the next moment she connects and opens a portal to another time space. I'm positive I can enter it. And then if Sasuke is in there, I can bring him back to this dimension. Okay, so this is just to establish not much about the Ame no Minaka specifically, but just to kind of try to establish that these are multiple places that can be traveled between physically. Like, people can bring each other to the different dimensions. the existence of the dimensions is not contingent on Kaguya continuously like breaking down and remaking the dimensions every time. They're just existing in parallel. And again, I think that most people will totally understand this. It's very clear. I don't think anything I'm saying is like some great revelation, but for some reason there seems to be some confusion about this. So I thought it's worth addressing, at least if we as we go through this. Obito then describes the place that Sasuke is as a time space and also describes it as her lair. And then we kind of go on. There's not much more about the Ame no Minaga here, so let's just keep going. Dr. Strangle says, Kakashi says, I'm not going to pretend to read that, which is roughly, this place hasn't moved again. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. So, and that's going to come into play when we start getting to the databook statements as well. Oh, you DM me something? Let me take a look. Okay. Looks like I'm strange. Suddenly stopped sensing Sasuke. You said that you suddenly couldn't sense Sasuke anymore. If so, I imagine it is possible to be sent to another space. Okay. Space-time, type time, space. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. She's coming at us through space-time. It resembles my divine eye technique ability. Can you put something into it? Once she connects again, space, if I open my Kamui technique simultaneously, it might resonate. And roughly without problems, I can raid the enemy. I like that. Yeah, this all makes sense. I appreciate this a lot. Thank you. Need a huge amount of chakra because it's not my space time or time space. If chakra runs out on the other side, it's over. I don't even know if Sasuke exists in that space. Okay. That Ano. Oh, is that like Kukan? I see. Cool. Yeah, this is really helpful. Thank you so much for sending this along. Appreciate it. Okay, so I think, you know, one thing worth mentioning, like I don't need to call out every single instance of time, space, or whatnot necessarily, although we can. But I would encourage anybody who's interested in this topic, right, like to just consider the fact that, whatchamacallit, that as a creator, you know, if Kishimoto genuinely wants us to think of Kaguya as being capable of creating and destroying entire universes that are equivalent to our own, as a creator, I mean, I guess you could see him as like some sort of like Loki trickster god or whatever who's trying to hide all kinds of riddles and puzzles in his series. But like, if he wanted to convey that, what techniques would he use to do that? Like, what kind of language would he use? If a Marvel if in Marvel they want to convey that Thanos with the power of the Infinity Gauntlet has the power to destroy an entire galaxy, would they only ever show him being able to destroy planets individually and never use the term galaxy and never show him like demonstrating any kind of threat on the level of a galaxy or anything like that? Or would they have like one character at least say ... and then maybe even the galaxy, right? Like would they not try to find a way to use that specific term? Now obviously the fact that they didn't happen to use that term is not proof that Kaguya can't do this, but it is worth considering, like, okay, is there a reason why we never see this term? Do we ever see any direct evidence supporting the proposition that Kaguya is actually affecting a universe level construct in the way that we're describing it in power scaling terms? I haven't been able to find any. I have found all this evidence saying that like these are spaces, they're dimensions, they're planets or whatever, but I've never found an instance of the term universe used to describe what Kaguya is doing specifically. So I'd encourage you to look at it that way, right? Sorry says, am I taking crazy pills? Maybe I should actually try to start resting and not let my somnophobia get the best of me. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not sure what you're referring to with regards to crazy pills, but if you're not feeling well, then yeah, I would definitely encourage you to rest up. I hope that you feel better. I understand that sleep can be challenging for you with everything that you deal with, but yeah, try to rest up and try to be kind to yourself. You're under no obligation to to be like on call for any of this stuff. So yeah, just hope you feel better. Unless I just like totally missed a joke or something, which is entirely possible. Oh, I was glitching. Oh, that's weird. I'll have to listen back to the stream. Am I sounding okay now? I think the stream might be like low key cursed tonight because the The chat delay also seems kind of egregious. Let me see. I think I got um a notification here. Let me just see what this is up. Well, it seems like it's okay. Well, that's weird. My YouTube app on my phone says that the stream is what the hell? I'll have to look into this after the stream. I'm getting conflicting information from my app. So, um, anyway, um, sorry, it says, wait, did I not add that to the message? I swear I did. Yeah, no, I don't think it's your fault. Sorry, I think that there's something up with the stream tonight. So thank you for clarifying. But yeah, it's over. We're all done for. I need to try to sleep tonight too. I haven't been getting enough sleep. So maybe it's a low key goal for all of us to try to just take better care of ourselves. But anyway, so Naruto or Kaguya manages to go into this portal to wind up in this other time space, and Naruto manages to follow her through. So at this point in time, we have characters in the main universe. We have characters in the Ice universe. If you want to call it universe, space world, or whatever, I'll probably use those terms interchangeably for now, even though I don't think they're full universes, just to be diplomatic. Okay. So we have the main universe, we have the snow universe, the fucking desert universe, and now this rocky universe. And presumably the fire universe is still there, right? Like the lava world, lava planet, whatever, still exists. I don't see any reason to believe that it's been destroyed. But even if you think that it has been, it's been like reforged into something. We have evidence of 4 distinct spaces existing simultaneously. So Kaguya is capable of maintaining 4 distinct spaces at the same time. Or there are these 4 spaces that have been created that exist simultaneously. So just keep that in mind. So let's see. Naruto says this, and then Zetsu says, Mother, he's come into this root time space. It's not good that he's here in this place that connects directly to the other 5 time spaces. Okay, and I think, honestly, like, this is kind of the nail in the coffin for that sort of argument, right? Like, the way that Zetsu is describing this and the way that we've seen things thus far, it really seems like Kaguya has a root time space. That root time space is persistent, and it is connected to 5 other persistent time spaces. So granted, this is not really the core of the argument that people are using to scale Kaguya to Universal, but sometimes people definitely will use they seem to think that every time Kaguya does a dimensional shift or world shift or whatever with the Ame no Minaka, she's literally like breaking down and then remaking the universe or multiple spaces or something like that. But everything we've seen so far, coupled with Zetsu's statement, I really think what's happening is that there is a persistent central space, and it is connected to or overlapping with the other spaces. Now here's one more statement from Zetsu that I think is very important. Zetsu says you use a huge amount of chakra whenever you change the time space of the world. You need to preserve the chakra you've got for an emergency. It's better if you don't keep engaging him. If you get sealed away, everything will be for naught. For sure, you'll lose out on a lot of chakra, but you don't need his. It's better than having our long cherished plans go up in smoke. So, the thing is, when she herself went through the portal, right, she didn't actually change the time space of the world in the same way that she did when she changed it to the lava dimension or she changed it to the ice dimension, right? Here, she's just physically transporting herself between locations. So I think what Zetsu is referring to here is the idea of using Ame no Minaka to change the entire space again. And I'm pointing that out because I do think that, especially given how many characters, in the series are capable of doing space-time ninjutsu, including Kamui, like the Kamui portals and stuff like that, summoning ninjutsu, I don't think it would be like dramatic enough, so to speak, for Kaguya's Ame no Minaka to just be transporting or just pulling people around. To me, that doesn't seem enough to be commensurate with what she's doing, right? Like, I think we went over how Kakashi describes what she's doing as like pulling people or like physically transporting people into another dimension or something like that. Yes, with the Yomotsu Hirasaka, not with the Ame no Minaka. It wouldn't really make sense, in my opinion, for the way that it's described, the level of power and chakra that she's using, for it to just be like transporting 4, 5, 6 humanoid things, right? It has to be something beyond that, as far as I can tell. Now, notice also that Zetsu here says all of his doppelgangers in the ice world should be gone as well. So it's interesting to me that Zetsu doesn't say, like, in the alternate universe, in the alternate reality, in the alternate dimension, the other plane of existence that is a exact physical copy of our world or whatever, right? He specifically just says the ice world. And unless we are, I know some people will say, okay, well, maybe they're using the term sekai to refer to the ice world there, and technically speaking, sekai can also mean universe. Then is he saying that entire universe is an ice universe? Is that more likely, or is it more likely that he's referring to that place, that space, that planet as the ice world, and that it's not explicitly a universe that scales to ours? I think that it just being a space, without being a universal size construct makes a whole lot more sense and is commensurate. So they were also like, Obito was able to hide out inside his Kamui while resonating with the portal, and then is able to kind of come out on the portal on the other side. So now we have more characters in the root time space while fucking Kaguya goes back to the main time space, etc., etc., etc. They describe this as Obito teleporting between the spaces, but they're acknowledged as like being on the other side, so to speak. So I think that has already been pretty well established. Here's just the execution of Obito's plan to travel between the spaces, etc., and to hide as Naruto's doppelgangers, etc. There is this statement from Obito here about Kaguya's spaces being incredibly vast. So, unlike his Kamui in particular, I think these spaces are meant to be much larger than his Kamui dimension, and potentially much further away. Although I don't know if that really means anything when we're talking about about like creating portals between these different spaces, right? But at the same time, like the process of him connecting to them involves him using like Sakura's vast chakra from her like 100 healings jutsu, and it takes a moment. Like it takes more than like a flash, right, for him to open up this portal. It seems like some time is elapsing, whereas for Kaguya, she can just do it instantaneously. So or at least like very, very fast, like faster than he can. So Kaguya's abilities are exceeding Obito's, just to be very clear, and she is doing them on a scale that makes Obito like kind of incredulous as to like what the fuck even is she, like how does she even do this? But he's still able to pull off like a lower version of it, right? So it's not like in principle this thing is completely inaccessible to lesser shinobi. And eventually Sasuke does something similar too when he's searching for Kaguya's dimensions. It's just that she's like able to do it much more effectively and at a much greater level. Now, people say that the time spaces are incredibly vast. Sure, they are. They are definitely a whole lot bigger than Obito's. They're definitely very, very big. But also, at the same time, that doesn't mean that their entire universe is filled with an equivalent number of like planets and stars and shit to ours. I think people look at this and they're like, well, the universe is vast, and Obito is saying that this space is vast, so it's not all that crazy, is it? That Kaguya's spaces are entire universes. Yeah, it kind of is. Like, sorry to be a dick, but there's no direct correlation between Obito's like being impressed at the size of the spaces that Kaguya has, and them being like relative in scope to our universe, to the known universe. Dr. Strangle says, I think the Viz translation is under the perception that when it says space-time is or when space-time is actually used, it means the thing on the other side of the portal and not the portal itself. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's like getting confused maybe between space-time versus space-time ninjutsu, something like that. Sorry says, that's super, get out of your mom's clothes. Yeah, he really likes hiding in her robes. I wonder if that's a reference to anything in like Japanese mythology or something like that. Dr. Strangle says, so when it does actually refer to the thing on the other side of the portal, they falsely translate the reference to space-time when that kanji doesn't actually appear. Obito just says space. Ah, okay, that actually does help to reinforce the perspective, I think. Like, it just makes more sense. I mean, like, technically speaking, I don't think using the term space-time is a huge problem, but if the kanji says space, then yeah, why not just use space, just to keep it consistent? It keeps things simpler. And there's definitely not saying like Uchu or whatever, like for universe, right? There's nothing that's implying that it's like an entire cosmos behind that, as far as I've seen. So I just want to point out also that, like, again, so we have characters in the root time space. They're able to see a persistent lava time space, while characters are in the ice time space, and Sasuke is in the desert time space, and then characters are back in the main Naruto universe. So we are simultaneously seeing the persistent existence of at least 5 different spaces simultaneously. Unless you think that Obito just happened to recreate Kaguya's lava world when he does this, then yeah, I think that's been fairly substantially supported. And then same thing here with the Sea of Acid. Like, I think this is another space that persists. It's not something that Kaguya just makes arbitrarily, which is why, you know, they discover it, and then Obito kind of like has the acid leaking out and then closes the portal. He just also says that place wasn't the right one either. We'll try the next after we rest. Okay. And then they do manage to open it up and find him. Now, I do think that there is something that's kind of interesting about this that we should keep in mind for later, which is that the time space that Obito is connected to is incredibly vast, as he describes it, right? And yet, Obito and Sakura and all them don't appear to have moved all that much between, like, inside the dimension. When they're running around in the ice world, I don't know how we would calc this exactly, but I don't see that there's any indication that they've moved like hundreds or thousands of miles or anything like that, right? They seem to just detect that the fight between Naruto and Kaguya is coming from like over the hill, and they run over there, and then they're there. So they haven't really moved all that far. When Obito, and Sasuke also has been apparently trying to get out of the time space, but it doesn't look like he's gone very far either. Like, we don't see any like footsteps leading across the desert or anything like that as far as I've seen. So I think he's basically in the same place, and he's just trying to like spam his time space ninjutsu or whatever, or space time ninjutsu to get the fuck out of there, and it's just not working, right? So with that being said, this seems to indicate to me that these spaces are basically in some way actually kind of close to each other in terms of well, we gotta wait to talk about the dimensional relationships later, but basically that they're kind of like overlapping. They're distant and they're removed and they're distinct, and normally you won't be able to access them. You won't be able to see or perceive one place from the other. But what a portal does is it essentially like kind of breaks apart a seam between the two spaces, or like punctures a hole in a barrier between the two spaces such that you can look through them. But I think the overall like space-time relationship or space-time coordinates, or however you want to phrase it, between those two spaces is actually very similar. So like if Sasuke is here in the desert dimension, and then Kaguya switches to, like, if he's at like x equals 5, y equals 5, z equals 5, if x, y, z coordinates in the desert dimension are those, and then Kaguya switches to the root time space, then he will be at 5, 5, 5 at those same relative coordinates in the desert dimension. And if fucking Obito and Sakura move to coordinates 6, 6, 6, right, or 7, 7, 7, so they're basically like a foot away from him or something like that, like they're the equivalent of up here, and they switch the time space, then Sasuke would be here, and then they would be here. If he's at 5, 5, 5 over here and they're at 6, 6, 6 over here, if they're at 6, 6, 6 over here in the root time space, and he's at 5, 5, 5 over here in the desert, and they swap both to the desert, then he would be here and they would be there. And then if they all swapped to the main one, he would be, they would still be in the same relative locations. It's really hard to describe. I don't have the right words to describe it, but hopefully that makes sense, right? Like, their actual place somehow in space still kind of remains the same, but then like the dimension itself is like warping around them, and that's what's changing. It's really hard to describe, and I'll try to do a better job when I get into talking about some of the background information. So just keep that in mind for now, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in detail later. Loha says, bum ass Sasuke doing nothing all fight. Yeah, that there are certain characters who just like don't really seem to participate as much in some of these climactic fights. Sasuke doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, Naruto is really carrying the fight with Kaguya throughout this whole section. You know, Hashirama and Minato, actually, I just reread like from chapter 630 onward, and they don't actually they do some stuff, but I think that people kind of overestimate how active they are in the war overall. I mean, there's only so much space in every chapter to kind of give all these characters something to do, right? So it just happens to be the case that Naruto gets the focus in this part of the story. Honestly, like Obito's contributing more than Sasuke up to this point. Sasuke makes all this grandstanding about like, oh, we have to focus on Kaguya. We can't let our sentimentality get in the way. But he doesn't actually do anything with the energy he's saving, up until later on. Let's see. Dr. Strangle says it's a portal, not a wormhole. When they move through the portal, they are moving 0 extra distance outside the distance moved in starting and end location. The databook says Sasuke's ability he uses to escape has a range of 5 to 10 meters. Yeah, that's the Amino Tejikara, right? It has to be within a certain like limited range for him to activate it to swap with an object, which is hilarious when we think back to Noodles saying that like his Amino Tejikara can swap with anything across the entire universe, which means that these must be different like universes or whatever the fuck he said. But yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna be talking about wormholes later, so I'll be curious if you guys wind up agreeing or having like contentions with my perception of how wormholes figure into this. But I think you're right that basically like if you play the video game Portal, it's a great reference for this sort of stuff too, right? Like the way it works in that video game is you have a gun that shoots like a green portal and a blue portal, or sorry, a blue portal and an orange portal. And if I shoot like a portal onto the moon, like blue portal onto the moon, and then like the orange portal onto the door to my bedroom, if I reach my hand through the portal, it'll pop out on the moon. And you can say like by some definition that my hand is moved however many hundreds of thousands of miles it is between here and the moon, but really my hand hasn't actually like physically moved forward any more than it would normally move if I just extended my arm forward. It's just the space-time relationship between the position that my hand is in relative to the earth and relative to the moon is being like distorted, warped, transposed, I don't know what the right term for it is, by that portal, right? So it is moving that far, but it also kind of isn't moving that far, if that makes sense. That's my understanding of it anyway. And then Sasuke says this: I can shift myself between spaces, though only over a finite distance, which Noodles like misquoted as finite distances. That was that stupid ass argument. Okay, so now Hiruzen says Naruto and Sasuke are in an alternate time space as well as Sakura and Kakashi. Okay, so temptation here would be to say alternate universe, but again, that's not the term that's being used, so I don't think that this should be used to support Kaguya's structures being universal in size. So we're getting to the end of this like Kaguya stuff for now. We're getting to the end of this fight. There is another dimension that they haven't gone to yet. So here in chapter 686, we see again another zoom into the Rin Sharingan, which indicates that Kaguya is indeed using her Amino Minaka to transfer to the other dimension or change the time space or whatever. And at this point, because they are reunited, says Black Setsu, because they're all in the same space, it's too risky for her to try to just use Yomotsu Hirasaka to like split them up and do what she was doing before. That's not working. So rather than that, she's going to change the time space of the whole world. She's going to change the dimension, however you want to phrase it, to one that is more advantageous to herself, that will put her enemies at a disadvantage, right? So she changes it to this hypergravity, supergravity dimension, which Sasuke refers to as a heavy gravity plane. Now notice again, here's an opportunity for somebody to say, we went into an entirely separate universe that scales to our own, or something like that. But that's not what Sasuke says. He describes it as being an alternate plane, right? A heavy gravity plane. Not airplane, like plane of existence, right? So here all of Naruto's clones that were flying in the air fall down and hit the ground, and it looks like they're also, like, the impact force is enough to dispel them or break them or whatever you want to call it. It's also causing, some physical pain to some of these characters. They seem to be straining. It's digging into their body. It's kind of harmful. But also, the gravity is so strong that it's also pinning Kaguya down and affecting her aim and her maneuverability. And it's interesting, I think, also that Sasuke hasn't recharged his ability yet. So his eye seems to have like a cooldown in addition to his just like ability to like mold chakra and stuff like that. Um, so now they rush to try to take on Kaguya's attacks, which is pretty dramatic and pretty cool. But honestly, like, I think this is a bit of an oversight because why doesn't Kaguya just like put a Yomotsu Hirasaka portal right in front of her hand so she doesn't even have to extend it, and then spawn another one like right next to their body or something like that, right? There's more intelligent ways that she could have executed this, but I think it's okay to, if you want to call this plot induced stupidity or something like that, I think that's fine because it's more about the drama and the tension and like giving Kakashi and Obito an excuse to like dash forward and sacrifice themselves or whatever than it is about the specific mechanics of the fight in this moment. So I wouldn't overanalyze that, but it is kind of interesting to point out, I think. So now over here, what's his name? It looks like Kaguya's bones are actually like crumbling out from behind her. She's like losing power or something. And Obito, or not Obito, fucking Zetsu says she needs to rebuild her chakra. Mother, let's teleport to the root time space. You'll recover there faster too. Okay, so they want to go back to the root time space. Zetsu uses the term teleport. Let's see how they actually manage to get back there. Does she use Ame no Minaka or does she use something else? And she actually does. So when she activates Ame no Minaka here, it is in correlation with Zetsu using the term teleport. So at this point, we have a variety of different terms that are being used to describe the Ame no Minaka. We have changing the space, shifting the space, moving. We have like being pulled into an alternate dimension, stuff like that, although that's usually used for Yomotsu Hirasaka. And now we have the term teleport, all being used to describe what happens with the Ame no Minaka, and then also Kakashi throwing in the term changed world. Okay, so not breaking down, reforging, completely remaking world, changing world. So again, like, I have not yet presented you guys with a conclusion as to like, here is the definitive answer as to the perfect objectively intellectually superior way to scale this and describe this. That's not what I'm trying to do right now. I am trying to say that if somebody comes at you and just shows you a single panel or a single databook statement that just says, oh, well, look at this one singular statement, therefore I'm right, big fucking red flag. Because even the characters diegetically in the series itself are going through the process of figuring out what's happening, and they're using a variety of different terminology to try to figure out what the best way to describe any of this stuff is. So it's at the very least, it is nuanced. At the very least, if not uncertain, it's something that is being actively like worked on and teased out. And it really does seem like moving, shifting, changing the space, changing the world is the best way to describe this. Even Sakura here, I missed this, says this is that last space, right? So just worth keeping that in mind, I think. Loha says Kaguya being dumb isn't exactly plot due stupidity since she's consistently not very smart. Yeah, no, it's just plot stupidity. It's just plot consistent stupidity. I don't think she's stupid per se, but she does kind of, maybe she is, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's a little bit slanderous, but also she has to get a lot of battle tips and battle pointers from Zetsu, which is why I think, like, if you're debating Kaguya versus another character, you should, like, let's just say you're going on the offensive against somebody who is arguing for Kaguya, you should be aware that a lot of her tactical decision making comes or is influenced by Black Zetsu, and something that you could use to attack that position, so to speak, is being like, okay, well, in character, if she doesn't have Zetsu with her, how well does she actually do? Because I think like Zetsu is a major like brain buff for her, so to speak, right? Saria says, I mean, she could also just separate Naruto and Sasuke again when Obito is dead, so I think you just have to understand that it's a story first and foremost, so drama, fun, excitement. No, how dare you suggest that we have fun with and interpret lightly this very serious work of rigorous scientific study? That's completely unacceptable, Saria. No, yeah, I mean, like, obviously I agree. That's honestly, like, if I've like kind of made one change in my perspective or revelation or whatever you want to call it over the past year or so of doing this, it's really that like power scaling is cool and fun. The manga is cool and fun. Putting power scaling terms, like just kind of plugging them in arbitrarily or in random places to the manga itself, doesn't usually work out that well. Like, you can do power scaling and calcing and all that stuff in a way that makes sense, but it's a tool, right? And as a tool, it needs to be used appropriately and in context. And power scaling is a great tool for power scaling. It's not necessarily a great tool for understanding the narrative. And when you try to sculpt the narrative to fit fan made power scaling terminology, oftentimes it will wind up distorting things. I think the idea, the principle, the why did my voice crack like that? The principle, the theory of power scaling is that it should help to enhance and deepen and enrich our understanding of the series. But what I've seen in practice, regardless of what you think about like how power scaling should be, what I've seen consistently in practice over the past year or so is that that just doesn't happen. And I'd like to assume that it's not because of people acting in bad faith or whatever. It just doesn't seem to work factually. It just seems to be a flawed way of like approaching things. Again, it's a tool, and as long as you use the tool well, then it's great. But you have to, don't use a hammer to wash your windows, basically, unless you really hate that fucking window. So let's see. There goes Obito, crumbling to dust. So I want to just point this out that later we're going to talk about like worlds, planes, dimensions, stuff like that. Just keep this in mind for now, that there is a sort of interstitial space between life and death. It's not something that we need to talk about right now, but it does appear to be a place that Obito can, like, whether you consider this to be a literal, like he's literally moving from this interstitial space using the Kamui to teleport away from it. Like, this is actually a literal physical, it's a literal realm that he can go to, and then he's leaving that realm and going back to the main space that everybody else is in. Or you're just regarding this as like a visual metaphor for Obito rejecting the transition to the afterlife. I think it's open to interpretation. If you want to apply the power scaling terminology or the power scaling perspective here and just treat this like a purely mechanical purely mechanical thing, then that's fine. Where do I get these idioms? You mean the hammer window thing? I think hang on, I think I got it from this. I'm not sure if I remember. Is it Gumball hang a poster? I think I got it from this.
Mind if I put a poster in your window? It's for my mom. She's missing.
Oh, gosh. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's what I was thinking of in my head when I said that. So it's my own invention based off of that fucking legendary scene. God, I hope I don't get a copyright strike for that. I'm so paranoid now because Tokyo TV is just like thirsty for any minor infraction. Anyway, so here fucking Naruto again, while Sasuke just kind of exists with his Sharingan and I guess is absorbing so no, he does manage to do like something against like Kaguya. Smacks her around a little bit, but also gets pushed back. Oh, excuse me. Here Naruto comes in with this Super Biju Rasen Shuriken barrage, destabilizes Kaguya. Kaguya forms into this like rabbit goddess thing, and they have this clash. The DMS Kakashi clashes and uses his OP Kamui Shuriken to teleport away some of the limbs and stuff, and it's obviously very effective. So this is the final thing that we'll talk about for now, and this is where we start to get into like the creating and destroying dimension stuff. So here Black Zetsu says this root time space, meaning like the core time space, the unique time space, the space that overlaps with and connects to all the other dimensions, is Mother's exclusive domain. I think somebody, maybe Dr. Strangle, mentioned previously that exclusive domain here might be better translated as her unique space or personal space. Like, this is basically just a domain that belongs exclusively to her, that is something that maybe she did specifically create. So one interpretation here is that Kaguya herself made her root time space, And all of the other places, like the ice world, the acid world, etc., were actually planets that they discovered, the Otsutsuki either drained or they just found when they were fucking around, like flying around the universe and shit. And so, in the same way that Obito can mark locations with his Kamui to teleport back to them, that Kaguya found those planets and claimed them as her own. And then she connected them to her root time space. So really, the space that Kaguya made herself was just the root time space, and then all those other places were like things that she found and just linked up to it. I like that interpretation a lot. I think that's probably one of the more consistent interpretations. I will say I'm a little perplexed as to how a planet happened to form with like those perfect arrays of pyramids in the gravity dimension. But maybe you could say, well, she found a planet that was just larger and had more gravity on it, and then she made like those fucking like painful traps or something herself. So she didn't make the entire planet. I don't know. You could kind of like go back and forth about that shit. The point being, though, that like at the very least, I think we should all be able to agree that this particular space that Kaguya is creating is, or like that she's in now, the root time space. If there's one space that you want to double down on and say like Kaguya created a space, then it's probably this one, right? And more to the point, right now she's going to destroy the space using her expansive truth seeker orb. And it's going to basically, like the truth seeker orbs kind of disintegrate things that they come into contact with. So I think what's going to happen here is this massive fucking orb, and it is fucking huge. It almost looks like a small, planetoid. It's going to either explode or it's going to expand to fill the full space, and then it's going to break everything down, and then Kaguya will be able to use the material that is left to remake her whole space. Or potentially, another interpretation that I really like is that those 6 dimensions are actually places that Kaguya has made, and every time that she makes a new time space, or she wants to make a new place, that she actually has to do something like this. So each of the worlds that Kaguya has access to isn't just a planet that she stumbled across. It's more like when she was flying through the universe with the Otsutsuki, she would come across a planet and she would drain the planet of all of its chakra. Or maybe if you think she just stayed on Earth, she would drain a generation of people of their chakra, right? And then using the chakra that she drained, she gets to make one giant ass ball. Like for every like draining cycle, every time she makes a divine tree or whatever, then she can make a giant ass ball, and every giant ass ball gives her a dimension with a planet and a star. And regardless of, like, I don't think the stars scale to the size of our sun or whatever. I don't think the planets necessarily scale to the size of our planet, although they might. But let's just say that that's the case. Then I actually don't mind that, and I actually think that's a cool fucking interpretation, because it means that for every space that Kaguya has access to, that is a civilization that she has wiped out, right? Like that is a like an entire planet's worth of life that she sacrificed and destroyed just in order to create like a space with like one building in it that she just goes in there to like aura farm or whatever, like Shadow on top of the fucking Golden Gate Bridge or whatever. So yeah, and the fact that Obito here, or not Obito, Zetsu here is referring to people becoming the sacrifices for this domain. I think that actually works. I don't know if I can win a debate about it, but I think that, of the interpretations I've heard, I think I personally like that one the best. Now notice, however, that Kakashi does say if that thing gets too large, we won't be able to return to this place. So not that like everything. Oh yeah, here's this. So I definitely can't teleport away such a giant object with the Kamui, and even if we escape into the other dimension, if that thing gets too large, we won't be able to return to this place. So something that I have heard people say is that this expensive truth-seeking orb, what it's going to do is it's going to destroy everything in the entire universe, everywhere, including all of Kaguya's 6 dimensions, and maybe even the main universe, like back home where the Hokage are. But that doesn't seem to be supported by what the characters are saying here. I think both Zetsu and Kakashi are both saying like what it's going to do is reduce everything in this space back to nothingness. And if they wind up getting transported or trying to escape into like the desert dimension, well, then they're gonna get stuck in the fucking desert. They don't want to go back to the gravity dimension. That would suck. They don't want to drown in acid. They won't doing very well. They weren't doing very well in the lava place. Like none of the other places that they've been to are good. This is like the most neutral and the most stable space for them to exist in. But if they stay here, they're going to die. And if they go somewhere else, then they might get stuck there and like freeze to death or drown in acid. So basically, they're just saying we have to deal with this shit right now, otherwise, like we'll get obliterated here. But that doesn't mean that Kaguya is destroying the entire universe, or destroying like quintillions of black holes or whatever. It just means that the space that they're currently in is getting reduced to nothing. But unless we scale this actual space, then that doesn't really give us any information to go off of. Now, what's interesting here too is that like Kaguya doesn't try to use Ame no Minaka for whatever reason to switch to like the ice dimension, but actually it's not for whatever reason. Let's think about Kaguya's thought process here, because she's about to get sealed. She's wounded. She's in pain. She's getting flanked by Naruto and Sasuke. And so this is like the 11th hour or whatever. Whatever the term is for like basically you're almost out of time, right? And so she tries to use a portal to fire at Naruto rather than portaling herself away, and she's able to do it very quickly and to strike at Naruto, but then they manage to, like, it turns out that it was just a shadow clone, okay? So she perceives this, she tries to respond to it, but Kakashi sees this happening and manages to get the ash bone out of the way, and she winds up getting sort of pincered in between the two of them. This all happens extremely fast, by the way, which is like very impressive. But then what Kaguya says is not good. I will go to the ice world. No, Indra's reincarnation possesses the Amaterasu, so that would be no good. So she's thinking about what to do. She's weighing her options. And one of the things that she could potentially do is if she were to use Ame no Minaka right now, she would transport everybody back to the ice world, and then that would like get her out of the current situation. But then Sasuke might be able to like break out of it. Honestly, I think that's the right play. Like if she can actually afford the chakra to go back there, then that's still enough for her to like trap them in the ice and then like fuck off for a minute while she regains her chakra, because we know that they struggle to deal with to open up the portals and shit like that. So just go to the ice world, make Sasuke waste more chakra on an Amaterasu, go hang out in like the lava world for a minute, like just go hide behind a boulder or something, and then when you're ready, go back and engage them. Right? Like I don't think that she's really thinking things through all that much. But I do think it's also worth noting that, again, if you ascribe to the idea that she's destroying and creating the worlds, then why is she saying I'm going to the ice world instead of saying I'm going to now just create an entire parallel universe filled with quintillions of black holes so that I will have a spare universe to go to so that I will be surrounded by some ice cubes? It doesn't make any fucking sense, right? So anyway, she's weighing her options. She wastes too much time. She doesn't think about Kaguya. And of course, as we all know, Sakura speed blitzes her Byakugan perception, and Kaguya is stronger than Sakura is stronger than Kaguya, breaks her horn and wins the day and carried the whole fight. Right. Okay, so we can move on now. Hopefully that felt like a fair overview. What I was looking for here was any evidence of Kaguya actually creating and destroying universes, and also that those universes were scaling to our universe in any way. And I was also looking for just general information about the nature of the Ame no Minaka and how it works and how it kind of separates itself from the Yomotsu Hirasaka. That being said, the last thing I'll point out is just it creates this. You could probably look at the smoke plumes here and try to get a sense of a calc. I've never tried it. I'm not good at math, but there we go. And then also just to prove that, this space is existing concurrently with the main universe or main world or whatever, they get physically teleported back to the main world by people who are alive and still there. Kaguya didn't do anything to the main world. She specifically didn't want to destroy it. So again, like if people tell you that Kaguya was going to destroy everything in the universe, including the main universe, that doesn't make any fucking sense, because she wants to keep the god tree intact and drain the chakra from it. And she probably, like, if she's following the Otsutsuki imperative, she probably also wants to then go to other planets and drain the chakra from those two. So, or at least build up a Zetsu army to fight them or whatever. So, no, she's not. I mean, like, think about that too. If she has the power to create and destroy universes, then why doesn't she just, like, well, I don't know. I guess you could say that the Otsutsuki themselves are also universal, and so that wouldn't work. Fucking whatever. I'll get into that. Anyway, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Kaguya making a giant Zen garden on Mars. Yeah, well, that's. I mean, I'm sure you saw the beautiful Ripley patterns in the desert over here as well. Like, all of her planets are just big Zen gardens. It just so happens to be that one of them is filled with acid. Like, why not? Acid Zen garden. Dr. Strangle again says it doesn't say space time here, just space. Yeah, that's not surprising. I do appreciate the clarification. It's nice to know that that is sort of a consistent through line. Zetsu isn't the one doing the attack that Kakashi moves away. Put some respect on little guy. Zetsu is like I said, I think he is like extremely critical to anything that Kaguya accomplishes in this fight. Like, Zetsu gets credit for as well, because let's be real. If he weren't there, Kaguya would be struggling way more than that, right? The Sakura glaze was especially fair. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, I come from the Sage and Swag and Six school of Sakura glaze, so that was my indoctrination into the community in the first place. So you know, I have to rep that particular agenda. Naruto and Sasuke attack a MILF. Yes, they cross a certain line. In this arc, I will say it's unfortunate the way that things went down. Or didn't. The Sakura glaze is especially fair. Zetsu says, this origin sphere space, what Viz translates as root time space, is Mother's special domain. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that clarification as well. That makes a lot more sense. It's like the central domain to which all other things are connected and like related to. That makes more sense than root time space. But I also see, like, you know, I've heard people translate the organization that Danzo runs as root, and some people translate it as foundation. And I think both of those kind of make sense, and I understand where the translators are coming from with both of those interpretations. Although obviously those two words mean different things, you can see where the linkage is that's leading to them being used as that translation. Okay, so with that being said, that's pretty much all I wanted to say to establish the way that this jutsu is depicted. I mean, Ominaka specifically within the series, what we actually see from the primary source, and specifically the different terms that people use to describe it, how it works, its limitations, etc., etc. Dr. Strangle says, I think sphere space is indicating Zetsu means planet. Yeah, I think that makes good sense too. Like, you know, I said this before, that I kind of lean more towards interpretations that these places are planets, that, you know, sure, they have light sources and heat sources and all that, but they're basically, it's much more like in keeping and easier to justify to describe these places as planets that have been colonized, captured, maybe even constructed by Otsutsuki members, maybe even within their own like barrier spaces or private like dimensions or whatever, but not, they don't come with their own full ass like bonus universes that just like, I mean, because like, what would be the point of that, right? Like, you're making an entire space just so that you can have one relatively small ice planet so that you can potentially trap opponents unless they have a fire jutsu, I guess, right? And then in order to justify creating that one planet, you then need to populate the space around it with, you know, quadrillions, quintillions of celestial objects that you won't even really be able to see because they'll be so fucking far away. And you also like won't really interact or spend any time with, because you'll also be spending time in your other entire separate universes that are filled with equal amounts of celestial bodies that you're not going to interact with, when you also have like serious imminent threats that are back in the main universe that you actually still want to deal with and contend with. You don't appear to be putting in any effort to harvest things in your alternate universes to fight that threat. But also, like, think of it this way, like, these universal threats in the form of the Otsutsuki, Kaguya seems to think that draining the chakra from human beings and turning them into zombies, essentially, like White Zetsu, which don't have any like extremely impressive combat feats that are on the level of like a Sage of Six Path character or whatever. She seems to think that those little white Zetsus are going to help her beat up these supposedly universal characters. Which, so like I mean, they're just like casually creating entire universes for vacation spots, but also they can have like their shit punched in by white Zetsu. Something doesn't quite add up there. Okay, so that all being said, I did mention before that the argument that's being made is basically something like this: that when Kaguya, makes these spaces, she's creating and destroying spaces that scale to our universe in size. I don't think that there's any evidence for that in the manga itself. If you want to say that each of the spaces itself is a planet that's at least the size of ours or bigger, and it has at least one star in it or bigger, that's equivalent to our sun or bigger, you really like that interpretation, and you want to say that Kaguya can do that with a single truth seeker orb, like she can drain the energy from a planet and using her own power convert it into a planet plus a star in like a simple solar system, then okay, that's fine. I think that's a totally fair interpretation. I don't personally agree with it, but I think there's evidence there. I think that's probably a fair way of looking at it, and considering this is like a demigod type character, you know what, fuck it, whatever. That's cool. We can shake hands on that and I'll be fine with that. But just understand that her doing that has no bearing on her being able to do that like on the scale of quintillions of celestial bodies, right? It's an extremely massive fucking leap to get from creating a solar system or destroying a solar system to translating that into a universe. And if you're just semantically trying to link the term universe, referring to our universe or the known universe, to a space-time, a dimension, or like a realm like the one that Kaguya has, a plane like the one that Kaguya has, I think that's a little dishonest. I think it's a little misleading. Not that anyone here is doing that specifically. I'm just like responding, like shouting into the void, so to speak, about that. That being said, the argument that I've heard people like Sage of the Calves make is that when she uses the Ame no Minaka, it is specifically referred to as like moving dimensions. And we do have phrasing from people like Kakashi that has been similar to that, right? Like the space changed, the world changed, she changed the world, she summoned an alternate dimension. There seems to be something like that going on. And I did mention before that I don't think it's as simple as her like creating a portal or like using a teleportation jutsu rather. I think it has to be more dramatic and impactful than that to require all the chakra that Zetsu's going on about. So let's take a look at the fourth data book. Let's see what people are actually referring to and see like what the argument is in context that people like how they're getting to this conclusion that the universe is being physically moved out of the way. So this is, of course, Narutoversity's translation. Shout out and credit goes to the translators. I understand that this translation is not necessarily 100% agreed upon in the community. So I have a couple of other translations that I can reference that I have on my spreadsheet thing. And of course, if anybody else wants to challenge us, feel free. I think the more people we have looking at it, the more eyes we have on it, pun intended, the better off we're gonna be at getting this resolved. So here is the databook page, apparently from page 230. I'm just gonna read it out starting from the right. Okay, so the bold, like, overall flavor text or whatever says, creating dimensions as she pleases, the divine power of the founder that awakened her eye. Now, that's obviously referring to Kaguya. Now, creating dimensions as she pleases. Based on what we've seen so far, does it really seem that that's what she does? Well, she seems to have the ability to potentially create or destroy a dimension with her truth-seeking orb. You could potentially describe that as what's happening with that, but it doesn't seem like that's what's happening when she uses Ame no Minaka, right? Like, we've established very clearly, very extensively, that the dimensions that she goes between or pulls people into or whatever remain persistent, despite the fact that she's shifting them or moving them. So it doesn't really seem like she's spawning them spontaneously and like out of nothing, unless we're trying to say that like when she first creates the lava dimension, she is this moment here, right? This very moment, she spawns the lava dimension fully formed, including that little castle, and she just kind of like conjures it up instantaneously. then I guess that would work. But that doesn't seem to match up with like Zetsu's description of the root time space connected to those other things, right? You can make that argument, but I don't think that there's more evidence supporting that hypothesis than supporting this idea here, or like what we described before about these spaces being persistent, separate, extant spaces that are their own thing. Let's continue. This description reads, it's a technique that Kaguya, who owns the Rin Sharingan, uses. Sure, no problem with that. In an instant, she can move the world she's in together with other people to a different dimension. So that's interesting, right? What she says here specifically is she can move the world she's in together with other people to a different dimension. Now, I'd love to know what the term like for world there is, but regardless, we have or like what the kanji under the hood, so to speak, is that's being used. But regardless, compare what's being said on the right in the big bold flavor text, creating dimensions as she pleases versus move the world she's in, okay, and move to a different dimension. What I get very fucking frustrated about is that when people reference this page, sometimes they'll even have it on screen. What they'll do is they'll show the page and then they'll like gray out this stuff and just highlight and zoom in on this. And they'll just say like, well, Kaguya can create dimensions as she pleases. Wait a minute, dimension, parallel universe, right? That is, I'm trying not to be too shitty about it, but that is literally the argument that I've heard being made, like over and over again from different people across the years, is that they just focus on this stuff in this block over here, and they just say, that means that she's universal. When literally like a couple of inches, a few dozen pixels to the left, we have a conflicting description, or at least a different, like more context, a description with more context that says she moves the world she's in together with other people to a different dimension. I still don't think that that fully explains everything, but let's continue, and then we'll get back to the overall like premise, right? So the places she can move to, again, move to, are the dimensions of lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid, and these 5 dimensions are directly connected by the first dimension. When she activates it, she uses up a large quantity of chakra, so it's a technique that only she, who has enormous power, can use. I think that kind of supports the idea of distinguishing it from basic space-time ninjutsu or even teleportation jutsu. Then on the left, she forcibly drags them into a particular dimension. There's no way to oppose it, and it's impossible to go back to the original dimension from here with your own strength. It's a dreadful technique. So technically speaking, that statement isn't entirely true, because they do manage to go they do actually manage to go back to the original dimension. But well, actually no, because it's not like they go back to the quote-unquote main Naruto universe, but it's not with their own strength. So technically speaking, you could quibble about this and split hairs and be like, well, I don't know, Sasuke managed to go through the portal using his own technique, but the portal was only there because Obito and Sakura were doing it as well. So like none of the characters there at this point in the series are able to do this except for Kaguya herself. I think that's totally fine. But again, what pisses me off here is not the databook statement itself, and is not people referencing the databook statement. It's when they just use the thing on the right, the creating dimensions as she pleases, the first part of one sentence, and don't acknowledge that there are different descriptions, potentially even conflicting descriptions, of her forcibly dragging people into a dimension and moving the world with other people into a different dimension, right? So I think that using this scan, in particular, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words out of this scan to say that this means that Kaguya is creating entire universes and those universes scale to ours, is complete fucking horseshit. Like, I'm sorry to be a little spicy about it, but, you know, at this point, I've seen this one tiny fraction of one page out of one data book being used as a core argument to support so much misinformation and so much misunderstanding for so long from so many people that it's just like unacceptable. Basically, it's so fucking weird, and I feel like nothing that I said so far tonight has been really all that smart. Nothing that I've said so far has been very complicated or has required a lot of research. We skimmed through 10 chapters together, and just looked at what the words were that people were saying. And I think we were able to pretty clearly establish that this here on its own is just not an adequate description of what happens in the manga. So this brings me back to the idea that I was saying earlier tonight, that I think some people work extremely fucking hard, like overtime with no extra pay, like to just avoid the fucking manga like a plague, to not have to open, like to crack open the pages, and just to point to one particular phrase or statement that they think can win them an argument, clear them a point, get them through a debate, instead of actually just looking at shit. Obviously, that's not everybody. Obviously, there are plenty of people out there who are sincere, hardworking, well-meaning people, good actors, so to speak. Not like performative. Like they're good eggs, they're good humans, right? And they're just like misinformed or confused, or they've just been sort of taught the wrong way to engage with this stuff, and they come to this conclusion from a genuine perspective, but it's wrong. And it's really, really frustrating that some of us are still like on this page. I feel like we as a, not to point a finger at anybody, I just feel like we as a community should do a better job of looking out for each other, and like when we see a friend, you know, like falling into this trap, that we should pull them out and not join them, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here, I guess. So let's see. Sorry, says Rina Sharingan. Yeah, Rina Sharingan. That's this thing. That's this thing in the middle of her eye, right? Because it's like, I think I've heard other people also refer to it as the Rine Tomoe Sharingan, which is fine too. But the term Rina Sharingan is something that shows up quite a bit. I think. Loha says, I personally view instant as being appropriate here. No amount of reaction amps were enough to react to it. Yeah, there's that first initial, like, Naruto, like, kind of glancing around and being like, wait, huh? But that could, like, when she goes to the lava dimension the first time, but that could easily just be him reacting to seeing the world around him all of a sudden, as opposed to reacting to the actual, like, change itself. I think the only counter argument that I could muster to that, which I don't even really want to argue this per se, I'm just saying that, like, if I'm trying to be thorough and like consider different possibilities or whatnot, you could say, like, you could interpret this thing here, the fact that it has this judder sound, and that he has the little spark here, and that he's looking around where while the judder sound happens, means that he is reacting to, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, the judder sound is being caused by the shift itself. So Naruto is hearing that sound and feeling the shift of the universe and reacting to that. But I think that, like, that's not the case for the ice world shift, right? Like, that just happens when they're a hair's breadth away from her, and it like, they don't perceive it or react to it at all. They're just in the ice all of a sudden, right? So you could argue that it's slightly hyperbolic, but I think it's still an accurate description of what happens overall. So, with that all being said, I just want to acknowledge also that, again, like, Acolyte, I see your, Dr. Strangle sent me a scan on Discord. Let me see. Dr. Strangle's translation says, the Rinne Sharingan held by Kaguya uses this technique. Instantly from the world she exists in, she, along with the surrounding people, are able to be transferred to a different realm, the environments of lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid. These 5 environments are directly connected to the root sphere environment. Translator note says, realm and environment are being used interchangeably and are the same kanji. Okay, that's actually extremely useful, extremely helpful. And then on the right, like, the big bold text says, freely and effortlessly spinning the realms, the awakened ancestors' divine power. Yes, yes. So that is actually correct, or that's something that I wanted to transition into next. Let me address your comment about isn't swish from him falling. The swish is, but I think specifically, like, we were looking at the in the black and white in the Viz translation, they give judder as the onomatopoeia for the sound, and that to me feels more like a jolt, like a shake sound, as opposed to just a whooshing of air, right? That seems like more of a violent kind of shaking sound to me. But yeah, that's a really good point. I think this is probably, what you just sent me is probably the best translation that I've seen so far. I did want to point out that I poked around a little bit because I wanted to see if there was any other discussion out there with other people suggesting other translations, right? And see what other people had to say. So I tried to translate it by reading out the kanji myself. And I obviously am not a native speaker at all, so I didn't do a good job. But what I got on my phone, let me see if I can play it, was Jiyu Mugen ni Kukan o Tsumugu Kaidan Shiso no Jinsei Ryoku. Something like that. Which I tried to record this like 20 times, and the closest I got to in the translation was the staircase fuck me. The staircase weaves space freely and infinitely, the life force of the founder. So it's like 80% there, right? Like let me just play it and see if I can play this. Volume is off. Okay, hang on. This might be loud, sorry.
有無限に空間を紡ぐ階段始祖の人生力
So you can see that my fucking pronunciation was 100% accurate with no flaws whatsoever. Obviously not, right? But it's like I tried this a bunch of different times to see like what the results would be, and usually the things that came up were weaving space freely, infinitely, and the life force of the founder. There was always something about like weaving and moving and changing, and then there was always something about like Kaguya being like the founder or originator. So here are a couple of other things that I found, right? So this is from, I think this is Versus Battles Wiki, right? And the translation that they came up with, which I guess is also Google here, spinning a space without any freedom. Obviously, without any freedom doesn't make much sense there. It should be like with full freedom or something like that. Opening eyes, mystical power of the founder, right? So, and then here's the kanji, and obviously the kanji is over here as well. And then this is what I had tried to read out, but as you can see, like it's sort of difficult to make out some of the text over here. Muge, I think I said correctly, but then Jinsuriki is a little off as well. So there's a discussion about this if you want to go check out this thread on I think this is VSB. Then this is on Reddit as well. I think I have the URL here if people want to check it out. So Powerscaling, does Kaguya actually create her dimensions is the name of the thread. Here are some of the kanji, right? So the way that this person translated it, and I think it was either you, Acolyte, or maybe Hobby Horse or Hobbs rather, that kind of talked about this before as well, that a better translation than creating or just like creating at will is weaving. And yes, the term weaving can also mean create, but it's like, yeah, the verb tsumugu more refers to like the act of creating through weaving, through spinning, right? So you could translate it as making, but you can also translate it in a way that has a little bit more nuance to it than just like spawning or fabricating, if that makes sense. So here's a breakdown of some of the kanji. This person says weaves, creates have the same context. The official translation also says create. So they're kind of agreeing with the creating dimensions interpretation for what it's worth. But then this person over here, Storm9605, it does say like it's just that people discard the mistranslation so that Naruto gets a star level. So we would probably be kindred spirits over here. And their translation is the divine power of the founder whose eyes have opened to freely spin space without obstruction. So the context here is that like there is a weaving, a spinning, a motion of space that's being generated, and that itself is the thing that's unobstructed, right? Like the freedom of engaging in the act of spinning or warping, or however you want to phrase it, the dimensions themselves, that is what is unrestricted. But it's not specifically an act of creation in the sense of just like, you know, creating something from nothing or even like rebuilding something from component parts. This is a technique Kaguya uses with the Rin Sharingan. She can move the world she's in along with everyone else to another space in an instant. Okay, so again, moving the world with other people in an instant. Starting from the initial space, the 5 spaces that are directly connected, okay, etc. Consumes a lot of chakra. It forcibly drags others to another space. It's a fearsome technique as there's no way to resist it. It's impossible for one to return from the space beyond it. She doesn't create them, but just teleports herself and others to them. And then finally, like, here's another breakdown. I don't actually remember what this is from. I'm sorry. I'm sure I could find it if people are interested. But this is just another, like, example that I found. I think this might have actually been further down the thread. An image somebody posted. But here's some of the kanji that you can look into. You can do the translation yourself if you want to learn more about it. Weaving space freely and effortlessly. Right? So, to me, it's very clear that this jutsu is a form of space-time manipulation. It has much more to do with the idea of like altering, changing, shifting, moving spaces than it does to create entire universes. I'm not saying that what I'm saying now definitively for all time completely debunks Universal Naruto or whatever, and that now nobody should ever believe it. Ha ha ha, I win. No, but I'm saying that like this particular databook statement just like does fucking not fucking at fucking all have enough evidence in it for anybody to be basing an entire argument of like Kaguya having universal levels of energy output. That it just does not fucking say that. This statement does not. If you think that there are other things in the series that help you build that case, that's fine. But one of the things that I kind of objected to in like Key's video, and something that I tried to articulate back in like a long time ago, I don't think I did a very good job at the time, so I'll try to do a better job now, is the idea that people will say like, okay, Kaguya is universal because look, her Amino Minaka is clearly like creating universes. And I'll be like, okay, well, I doubt that. I don't think that makes sense. And they'll say, like, well, it's still consistent because, after all, she's creating and destroying universes with her ETSO. Okay, well, I don't think that's true either. It doesn't fit the definition of universes. Okay, well, it's still consistent anyway because Momoshiki created an entire universe because we see a redshift nebula. Okay, well, that's not what a redshift nebula means. Okay, but it's still consistent because Obito created an entire universe using the Tsukuyomi. Okay, well, we didn't scale the size of that universe, and here's some problems with that. Here's why it's maybe not canon. Okay, but it's still consistent because Nanashi created a universe with her. Okay, well, that's probably not the case either, and here's some disputations of that. Okay, well, that doesn't matter anyway because Kaguya created an entire universe. It's like, it just like goes around in a circle forever and ever, and it's like any individual thing that you say is like, even if you dispute the validity of that one thing, it kind of gets presented as, well, that doesn't really matter anyway because we have this overall lattice or framework or like chain link of all these different arguments. But if every single link in the chain is frayed and just like doesn't hold its connection, then the whole thing falls apart. I mean, frankly, like the expression is that like the weakest link in the chain, or the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. But in this case, like every single component of the chain just like doesn't work at all. I don't want to strain the metaphor too much further, but it's just like, it's like this weird revolving goalpost thing, like carousel of goalpost shifting, that makes it very difficult to make any progress in conversations about this stuff. Again, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone in particular. I'm saying though that it can be frustrating to try to like just like talk about it casually outside of a debate or a competition, just like have a conversation about it, because the world revolving, just like keeps going around and around, and it's so hard to get out of that trap. So Dr. Strangle says, no matter how you spin it, the Sumugu is very figurative language. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? Like, I don't think we even need to really be trying to justify the use of it as in a super literal way anyway. We could just say it's metaphorical and it's abstract. That's the other thing, right? That I didn't even really talk about that much either, but like the databook statements, as we talked about before, aren't inherently reliable. Like, this could be a 100% perfect, authentic translation that's been verified by 100 different native speakers and still not be an accurate representation of what's happened in the manga. We still wouldn't be justified in just accepting it without corroborating it because of how unreliable, hyperbolic, inconsistent, etc. the databook statements can be. And I'm not going into that fucking argument about like, well, if there's hyperbole, we would notice that it's hyperbole, and if there's not, then it's true. Like, I'm gonna fall for that shit. I'm not going down that fucking rabbit hole. The databooks themselves, as we talked about extensively before, and I'm happy to talk about again, just do not bear this baseline of assumed reliability. So there's no reason to even walk into this discussion assuming that this is true, even if it's perfectly translated. But it's not, and it still isn't like corroborated by things inside the series. And look, to the point, like, this is here for a joke, but we actually have more mentions of like that I'm assuming this is probably not a great, like, fully accurate translation either, but it is really hilarious to me that the entire Kaguya fight that people are using to scale Kaguya off of being universal, we don't have a single character, including Zetsu, Kaguya, Kakashi, anybody ever use the term universe, but we do have the term universe being used to describe Jiraiya. So Jiraiya is universal, but Kaguya is not. So get fucked, Kaguya fans. I'm sorry. I can't even keep a straight face with that. I'm joking, of course. But yeah, it is funny. You'll never need to leave space freely. Good. Stake your claim, stake your flag in whatever planet you conquer, and never relinquish it. I'm fully in support of that. Aloha says it's like a slow Gish Gallop. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? It's like a Gish Gallop that's been like time stretched and warped. It's like a Mobius strip Gish Gallop. Oh my god. Loha says you have to spend time debunking, and then but here's another one comes along with zero effort required. And like, to be fair, I think that it's if I have like a worldview that's based on 100 different views, each of those, or like 100 different pieces of evidence, each of those pieces of evidence is going to contribute to what I believe. And if somebody comes along, like if I have 100 reasons why I think that global warming is true, and somebody comes along and says, well, this study over here that you've based your belief on has actually been debunked. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Well, I still believe it because I have these 99 other pieces of evidence. It's going to take them a long time to be able to actually demonstrate, like going through all of those pieces of evidence, all those points, to be able to get me to budge on that. And probably until we start to get very deep into that list, I'm not going to demonstrate that I've changed my perspective at all unless I can start to see those like core arguments, those pillars or whatever, be effectively challenged. So I want to acknowledge the fact that like it's important to not expect to have somebody's entire position crumble just because you point out like one flaw with it. I don't think that's what you were saying, Loha, but I want to make sure that I didn't sound that way. But I do think that like if you're engaging with somebody in good faith, and you have to, like, when you get challenged like that, and when somebody points out that a mistake that you've made, then you can't just respond to that by saying, oh, but what about this, and then just like deflect away from it, try to steer the conversation away, because you'll see that happen in debates, right? You'll see people do that, and then like by the end of the debate, when it comes to conclusions, the person who's been doing that, like the Mobius strip Gish Gallop, will basically be like, well, my opponent didn't debunk anything I said, therefore I win. And what that really means is every time my opponent started to make progress, I shifted the argument and I moved away from it, and I shifted the goalpost and never admitted that I was wrong about anything, and never shifted my perspective at all because I wanted to win, which to me is a bunch of bullshit, but whatever. Loha says Jiraiya's over Kaguya tracks because Urashiki exists. Yeah, exactly. And we all know that Urashiki can travel at like massively FTL speeds because he literally physically traveled himself from the Cancer constellation, which is the same constellation as it is in our world, because Toneri saw something fly overhead, and he said the comet has entered the constellation, so that means that Urashiki himself physically flew through space at MFTL over the course of an entire year, which means that he can also maintain that same kind of speed consistently in combat, which means that Jiraiya and Kid Naruto and Kid Boruto and like drained nerfed Sasuke are also all massively faster than light, and so is Toneri without the Tensegon. Right? Right? We're all on the same page about that? Okay, just making sure. Dr. Strangle said, people seem to think that 100 pieces of weak evidence that weakly connects is better than one piece of good evidence that contradicts their interpretation. Yeah. Well, that's a common... I don't know if there's a term for that in terms of like it being a logical fallacy or whatever, but I do think that, you know, people... I feel like I have heard people do that recently where they say like, I have 100 pieces of evidence, therefore I have more evidence than you do, therefore my argument is stronger than yours because you only have one or two. And it's like, no, like each of those pieces of evidence only counts if it's valid. It doesn't matter that you have more things that you consider to be evidence. They only like count, they only get admitted if they are validated. Otherwise, they're just like proposed evidence. Like, I don't know what the exact term for it would be in a scientific peer review context or whatever, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So getting back to like the debate aspect of things, or basically when people, I have heard people make videos about Universal Naruto, and one of the arguments that I have heard multiple people make is in regards to the Ame no Minaka essentially being universal, not just because Kaguya has the ability to freely create and weave dimensions together, or whatever, however you want to phrase it, but specifically because she has the ability to move an entire universe. And I think, I don't want to, like, don't quote me on this because I'm not sure, I have to go find the reference, but I think Sage of Thick Cows was the first one I heard make this argument, and I think the expression that he used with it, in one of his videos, with that, Jesus, why is it so hard to talk sometimes? I think in one of his videos, he used a Tupperware analogy, where he said that basically what Kaguya is doing is like, when she shifts the world around, you can imagine that the Naruto characters are like a piece of food inside of a Tupperware container, and she lifts up the food from the Tupperware container, and then holding it in place, she grabs another piece of Tupperware from somewhere else in the house and then puts it back where the first piece was, and then puts the food down. So really, the food itself like hardly moves at all. Right? The food itself is not being picked up and then carried across the house to the second piece of Tupperware. The food is staying in place, and the Tupperware is the thing that's moving to the food. And basically that means that it's not a traditional like teleportation or reverse summoning jutsu or something like that, where the characters themselves are individually physically moving. They're not like physically running there. They're not like being teleported, transported, or whatever. They're actually getting the space to move to their space-time coordinates. They're forcing the space to come to where they are, or Kaguya is forcing her world to come to her location rather than teleporting herself to the world. Now, that is in conflict with some of the stuff that's described here, but really where that argument leads then is that if Kaguya and Naruto and all of them are in the main Naruto universe, they're in the the coastline battle area, and Kaguya summons her lava world. Well, if she's summoning it to their place, to their dimension, then that would mean that she's summoning the entire dimension, not just like the physical object that is a planet. She's summoning the dimension itself. Then that would mean that like anything that's in the way of that dimension, we need to get the fuck out of the way, right? So like if she summons that dimension, and it's like whether you think it's just solar system size or universe size or whatever, then the Naruto planet and the dimension that encompasses it are going to have to fuck off. Otherwise, they're going to get like ripped apart or damaged or have a hole punched in them. So given the fact that the Naruto universe can still persist in its location without apparently being damaged by the Aminominaka, and the same thing is true of the Aminominaka universe or space or whatever, then this would indicate that Kaguya is physically moving the universe out of the way. That is the argument as I understand it. I genuinely hope I'm not strawmanning. I'm trying to steel man, as a matter of fact, but that is what I've heard. Please go watch Sage's video. I'll see if I can find it and post it in the Discord in the link description, in the video description. But anyway, that's my best attempt to recreate this argument, and I've heard it from a few people too. So with that being said, I don't like that explanation for a variety of reasons. But the first reason why, maybe the most important, is that I think it just asks more questions than it answers, and it leaves too much unanswered as far as I'm concerned. So for example, if the main Naruto universe itself is actually being pushed away, where is it going? Like, how does it actually move from one place to another? Are each of the individual objects in the universe themselves being individually accelerated, but still keeping their relative like orbits and positions and stuff? And if that's the case, does that vector of acceleration then stay with them? And are they now like on a different trajectory, or does Kaguya accelerate them enough that they are then moved within a certain range and then decelerate them? And if so, like she is applying a positive force in one direction and then applying a counter force to slow them down? Or is it that they are just sort of physically being like, I don't know, instantly moved from one place to another? If that's the case, how does like inertia fit into it? How does that factor into it? If the universe itself is moving into a new space, what was in that space before? Is there just like an infinite void that it can move into freely? If so, does that space that universes are being moved into and out of and all that, does that space follow the same laws of like whatever you want to call it, like Newtonian physics or Einsteinian physics, relativity, whatever? Like, do those same rules and physical principles apply? Does like F equals ma apply within that context of moving an entire universe? Do we even have the right language and right math to describe what is happening here? Or even if it's just like abstract sci-fi rules, are those rules well enough defined that we know what's happening to the Naruto universe? To me personally, none of the shit here, none of the like that explanation, the Tupperware shit, provides a satisfactory explanation. I don't think there's enough evidence there to prove that that's the case, and I don't think that the overall like theory that's being crafted explains enough. There are too many holes in it. So what I tried to do over the course of the past week or two is really think about, okay, well, what can we do with all of this information? Let's just assume for a second that Kakashi's first statement about she's summoning a dimension, and let's is true, like is an accurate assessment. And let's put together all of the things that we heard Kakashi say about like moving the world, shifting the world, changing the time space of the world, blah, blah, blah. how do we actually answer those questions that are like kind of generated from the Tupperware analogy? How do we put this all together in a unified like model? And I'm going to now do my best to explain it using frogs. And I know that is probably going to sound a little silly, but I think that even if you don't know anything about physics and astronomy and any of that shit, which honestly I don't have a fucking degree in this stuff. I have a degree, but it's not in this stuff. I don't think anybody needs to have a fucking degree to appreciate a manga like this. That we can use the clues and the information that Kishimoto has scattered for us throughout the series to develop a cohesive model of what the fuck Kaguya is even doing. Using frogs. I'm deadly serious. So I'm going to inhale and I'm going to drink some water and read chat. And then we're going to get into my theory of how frogs prove Kaguya's dimensionality or whatever. Okay. Dr. Strangle says the kanji Naruto uses for summoning means to summon like one summons a ghost. Oh, okay, interesting. So does that have like an interesting does that have like a connotation of like occultism or like something spiritual or supernatural? Because that would definitely change things a bit. Dr. Strangle says, I like to think of how our ability works is they are on a Dharma wheel. Yeah, and the world spins when they are on it. Well, they don't move. Yeah, so the idea that I thought of, or like I was trying to think of another visual example of that, where like the Samsara wheel I think makes a lot of sense too. That like maybe what it's like is, you know, that is it like eye doctor wheel glass thing, measuring thing. I don't know what the fuck this thing is called. But this sort of thing over here, right? Like where basically you're looking through a lens and you're trying to get your eyes examined and you're testing out different prescriptions essentially. And what is happening is that there are these sort of lenses off screen that you're not currently seeing, and you're not able to see the world through that perspective until the lens gets swapped out. So let's say that rather than just seeing like light refracted differently, you were actually able to see into a completely different dimension or see something that was previously completely invisible, right? That essentially that's what's happening. That rather than it just being with vision, though, it's actually rotating dimensions around, and specifically it's rotating like your relationship with the dimension as opposed to physically like using inertia and mass, like applying force and counterforce and shit like that, moving the universe out of the way. I think your idea of the samsara wheel is actually a better thing, though. Let's get a visual representation of this. Yeah, something like that. I think that makes a lot more sense than it's just like more elegant, and I think it fits better with the universe than the optometry exam thing. But yeah, let's see. Sorry, says I'm back. Oh, hey, welcome back. Help bringing laundry into the house while helping with your spine still being kerfuckled. I just kind of stood around and looked pretty unless I carried small stuff. That can actually be very helpful. Just being present, and being like a, what's the term for it? Like moral support while other people do the hard work. Sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. So good for you. I hope you're taking care of your spine. I hope you're, resting and giving yourself time to heal as well. 15 degrees. Sorry, did I miss something about 15 degrees? Where's 15 degrees? I don't know where the 15 degrees is. I'm sorry. I think I just like had a brain fart or something. Loha says, you mean like off of a clothesline? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Or samsara wheel. Yep. Okay. So here's the thing. What I tried to do over the past week is I tried to go through the series and look for examples of things that I could find that, depicted interesting relationships between characters and spaces, space-time manipulation and shit like that. And I wanted to see if I could find any clues that would help us better understand, I guess, like for lack of a better word, space-time manipulation in Naruto. And I found a couple of things that I think you guys will find interesting. So, first of all, let's go back to chapter 147. If you don't recall, this is the part of the story where it's in part 1, obviously, and Itachi and Kisame are going after Naruto. And they're fighting, and like Sasuke is fighting with Itachi. Fighting is using the term liberally, I suppose. But Jiraiya uses Toad Mouthbind, and he summons, as he puts it, the interior of the frog, right? Now this is the stomach or something like that of the fire toad on Mount Miyaboku, something like that. So let's just see what we see, right? They're in a hallway, they're in this hotel, and then all of a sudden Jiraiya casts his jutsu. You know, we see him doing his hand signs, and then there is this fleshy, sticky substance that appears to cover all the walls. Now, notice, though, that we still see, like, this kind of scoring in the wall, and we see these doors that have been broken. This is from Sasuke's Chidori previously, and those are still there, and the overall structure and shape of the walls and everything is still there. And what Jiraiya says is, "You truly can't escape me, now you are in me," which, pause, granddad, but we'll just, just leave that alone for now. Sasuke gets kind of, like, cushioned in the wall. And here is what Jiraiya says: "I've just performed the ninja art of Gamaguchi Shibari, Toad Mouth Trap. You've just been swallowed by the rock-dwelling giant toad of Miyaboku. Welcome, my friends, to the belly of the beast." So, this is Jiraiya's jutsu. And it seems like what he's doing here is he has summoned the interior stomach of the toad, right? And in case you need more definition for that or clarification, we can look at what it says in the data book as well. Now, it doesn't seem to me like the hotel itself is actually being destroyed. Like the surrounding environment, we don't see any destruction that's been wrought. So it doesn't seem like the toad itself showed up and just broke the whole fucking hotel, right? So he didn't summon the toad itself to this location, right? He summoned the belly of the toad. But I don't think, or the stomach of the toad, I don't think it really makes sense for Jiraiya to be ripping the actual, I just saw your fucking comment, Loha, god damn it. Probably more likely to be dad based on what Jiraiya said. God damn it. Okay, fine, you win that one. It's it's the belly of your mom. But it was being all serious and everything too. God damn it. Okay, so also keep this in mind, like Jiraiya putting the flame in the seal scroll thing here. That's also going to be useful for later. Anyway, so you know, this also, we don't really need to talk about this. I'm just scanning to see if I forgot anything. But no, yeah, okay, so here, like, they're back in the hotel. They're still in the same place. The hotel itself hasn't been destroyed. Now, I don't think that Jiraiya is also, like, ripping the belly of the toad out of the toad. That doesn't really make sense, right? Like, Jiraiya himself is a fan of Mount Miyaboku. He's in the Mount Miyaboku Club. He's obviously, like, respected and appreciated there. He's a part of the community there. Really would be out of character for him to just be, like, ripping out the internal organs of this toad and causing it, if not death, then extreme pain and discomfort. So let's take a look at what it says in the second data book about this. Okay, the technique is called Toad Mouth Bind, and it's specifically, in case we were uncertain about whether or not it was a summoning technique, it's kuchose, which means it is indeed a summoning technique. Okay, Gamaguchi Shibari, a threatening summon, the way down the belly of the toad, a peculiar technique of particular invocation that summons only an organ, wow, that was bad. Okay, a peculiar technique of partial invocation, there we go, that summons only an organ, the esophagus of the great toad from Mount Miyaboku's rock dwelling, sending the enemy into his stomach. If activated inside a building or cave, this trick can ensnare the enemy without them realizing it. In this interior, even the foothold is unreliable. The enemy finds themselves in a tight spot, having a hard time performing at their usual level of skill and unable to find a proper response. An inescapable otherworldly space. Well, inescapable, maybe not, but otherworldly, maybe. Highly flexible and adhesive, the inside of the esophagus won't even allow liberty of movement. In time, the walls of flesh close in and envelop the enemy, dooming them to go inside the stomach where they will be digested. Fucking brutal. I love it. So, it's a summoning jutsu that says referred to multiple times as a summon, right? 3 times, right? And what it's doing is it's specifically summoning, like actually summoning, the internal organ of this living creature. The toad itself is still at Miyaboku. It doesn't actually rip the stomach out because it doesn't seem to be doing any harm or damage to the frog itself. It doesn't seem to be physically displacing the hotel around it because the hallway is still intact. Nothing seems to be damaged by it. So how is it that this technique can summon in a part of the frog while the frog and the hotel around it all still stay in place? And basically, I don't know what the right like perfect term for this is, but I think what's happening is that the space-time relationship, the spatial coordinate relationship, the relative space relationship, that's tautological, but you know what I mean, between these two things is changing. Something that Jiraiya is doing is making it such that the space that he is currently in, inside the hotel, is now overlapping with the space-time coordinates of where the frog actually is. So by summoning, we don't actually mean that it's physically ripping that physical object or construct out of the toad and bringing it all the way to Jiraiya's location. We just mean that whether it's through a wormhole or a subspace or some other kind of space-time linkage, now that interior of the toad is simultaneously where it is inside the frog, but also simultaneously in the hotel. And that seems like a paradox. It seems weird. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, how does that even fucking work? But that does seem to be, even if I can't explain it perfectly, that seems to be what's happening. And I think we have more evidence, like more precedent, for other abilities doing a very similar thing. Like, there's actually kind of a lot of weird space-time frog fuckery going on in this series that we're going to talk about next. Well, let me check chat first real quick. Sorry, I said you have, oh yeah, shit, 15 degrees. I remember that shit. Yeah. I totally spaced, but I know what you're talking about now. That was fucking epic. That was really fun video. I got to show my partner later on. Let's see. Sorry, says living on a farm with the entire family is a simple life, but it's nice. Yes, that does sound lovely. Loha says that's actually, oh yeah, you fucking got me with that interior of your mom shit. Dr. Strangle says, I love when people bring up the scan of this toad in reference to a One Piece character whose wife is a giant and is known as the Mountain Eater. Oh, when, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that means that she's mountain level, right? And specifically since mountains are on average 3,609 kilometers, according to Nairobi's like Excel sheet, in the real world, then the esophagus of that giant must be able to accommodate objects that are over 3 kilometers in height, right? So, isn't Kamui a little bit the reverse of this toe technique? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's something that I forgot to pull up for today. If I can find it quickly, it would be useful. But there's that scene where Obito is getting punched and like his, part of his body is in the Kamui dimension, but part of his body is outside as well. So he's like paradoxically in Kamui and out of Kamui at the same time. And I just like, I know it's when Naruto and Kakashi are clashing with him. I just don't remember specifically where it is, but maybe I can find it quickly. I meant to look at it before. So he like punches him in the stomach and he coughs up blood. Should be around here somewhere. It's definitely, yeah, here we go. So this is in chapter 609, right? And now, like, Kakashi has been transported into the Kamui time space, like Obito has physically transported him there. So now Kakashi is in a completely different space. He's in a different dimension. And Naruto is in a different dimension as well. Like, they're separated from one another. But now when Naruto goes to punch Obito, Obito's flesh, so to speak, gets transported, quote unquote, gets teleported, you could say summoned, although that's not exactly what's happening, into the Kamui dimension. Despite the fact that Obito's stomach is now in the Kamui dimension, it's been transposed to the Kamui dimension, it is still contiguous with his main body, right? Like, Obito isn't being bisected to the point where, like, his internal organs, like, his blood vessels and shit, blood is still flowing through his body like it normally would. It's not, like, destroying his internal organs to have his center ripped out and taken somewhere else. It's just that now the relationship between that part of his body is no longer overlapping with the main dimension. It is instead overlapping with the Kamui dimension, so that's where it happens to be. It's just that Naruto himself is only overlapping with the main dimension and not overlapping with the Kamui dimension. But Kakashi is in the Kamui dimension, and so he can actually, like, physically punch Obito, despite the fact that Obito, quote unquote, is in the main universe, right? So Obito is simultaneously in two different dimensions at the same time, even though his own body is actually technically physically unbroken and is still continuous. because of the way that the space-time ninjutsu is changing the relationship between the space-time coordinates of that portion of his body and those other dimensions. It's essentially transposing or shifting or displacing part of his body into another dimension without actually decomposing, like disassembling his body. And it sounds paradoxical because it doesn't seem to like fit within our current framework of physics in our world, but it does actually work in this world. That is how the rules of the jutsu are set up in the Naruto universe. For whatever fucking reason, you can say it's not realistic, you can say it doesn't fit real world physics. It doesn't really matter though, because that's the way it's being presented to us. And chapter 621, okay, let's take a look at 621 as well, see if there's anything in there. Appreciate the appreciate the suggestion. Let's take a look. Madara Hashirama, fight, chop mountain, big explosions, 5-layer Rashomon. Like, so here's another example. Like, we could try to look at the size of the Rashomon gates, get the size of the coastline. Like, there's data that we could harvest here. Anyway, I think this is just their fight, but there might be something. Oh yeah, and this starts to go back into their backstory. So I think no, it's okay. I appreciate the suggestion. I think this was what I had meant to find this earlier anyway, and I just ran out of time. So I appreciate like bringing up the topic anyway. Okay, but that being said, there's a little bit more magic frog bullshit that we gotta talk about. And then we'll take a break and watch some YouTube videos. Because we've been reading too much and talking too much. So, when Jiraiya infiltrates the rain village, Amegakure, he uses a couple of different techniques to do so, or over the course of his fight with pain. The first is a technique called Gamma Gakure, I think it's called. It's in the third data book. I'll see if I can... Well, I should have it up here anyway, yeah. So it's called Gamma Gakure. And the way it works is that Jiraiya gets inside the belly of this little frog. The frog goes up through the water. Jiraiya is inside the frog, and even though he's, like, you know, within the barrier or whatever, like within the realm of pain's sensory ability, he isn't detected by pain. Like, he's able to step out into the village without pain noticing that he's there, if I remember it correctly. This is in chapter... I think it's like 360, 370, something like that. I don't know why it's not showing up. Usually the number shows up here. Probably because I did a screenshot instead of copying it in. Sorry about that, but it should be like 360 if you want to look it up. But anyway, so notice something here, that Jiraiya's hand is coming out of the frog's mouth, which is kind of weird. But Jiraiya himself is inside the frog, even though there's no room for him to be inside the frog. Right? Like, he's not coming out like teeny and then expanding when he gets on the other side. So he's not doing like the Sukuna Hikona thing that what's his name, that Jigen / Ishiki does in Boruto. He is still his same size, right? Like, it's not like his hand is really big out here and then he's really tiny inside the frog. He is just Jiraiya in the same way that like Obito in that chapter is just Obito. But for some reason, somehow, this frog is changing the spatial relationship between Jiraiya's dimension, where he is inside the frog, and the outside dimension, such that he's paradoxically his normal size, but also smaller looking at it from the outside, but probably his normal size looking at it inside the frog itself, right? So I think that's kind of confusing. It's a really awkward phrasing, but hopefully that makes sense. Jiraiya is his normal full size inside the frog. He's reaching out with his normal full size hand, but despite the fact that the frog is smaller than he is still able to fit inside the frog because of the spatial relationship that he has between the frog dimension and himself. This we can talk about later. This is the frog genjutsu that Man Pa used. I think it's in like chapter 379, 380, something like that. Now, there's another jutsu that Jiraiya uses that is also frog related, which is Gamma Hyoro. And essentially this is very similar to the Gamma Gakure jutsu, except that like the Gamma Hyoro has its own like dimension inside of it, which seems to have like sort of a fleshy texture as well. But it also has like this puddle of what's described as gastric acid. You know, it has these leaves, or like lily pads rather. It has these giant stone towers, these carapaces, or I don't know if this is like a little creature. I thought that maybe this is like the carapace, or the what's it called? The thorax or whatever of a bug. that maybe the frog ate or something like that. But it's like this massive stone structure, etc. So there's obviously like a lot of heavy shit in here, including the water, the acid, whatnot. But when Jiraiya comes out of the toad, he comes out of it, and you can see like he's coming out of it full size, but like his lower, his lower body is wait a second. Sorry. Yeah. So his lower body is like inside the frog, and I got, I got distracted again by Loa's comment. Okay, so yeah, let me clarify real quick that all toads are frogs. Like a toad is a type of a frog, but not all frogs are toads, right? So anything that is a toad is like a subset of a frog, but not every single frog is a toad. So if I use those terms wrong, let me take this opportunity to correct myself. I think this is actually a frog and not a toad. And this also is a frog and not a toad. But these are toads that are frogs. These are frogs that are not toads, but these are toads that are frogs. I hope that made some sense. It can be a little confusing, and I probably use both terms interchangeably. I'll just try to say frog from now on, because like they're all frogs at the end of the day. So I'll take this moment to read the other chat messages. Gama Gakure is like the village names. Yeah, like Gakure is like Ame Gakure is rain village. Like Konoha Gakure is the village in the leaves, hiding in leaves, whatever, right? So that would mean like frog village or hiding inside a toad. I think, doesn't Gama specifically mean oh no, Kaeru is frog, right? So Kaeru, it would be like Kaeru Gakure if it was hiding inside a frog. Gama Gakure would be hiding inside a toad. I think I got that right. Yeah, the most underrated frog, really a boss frog. Like Jiraiya's assault on the village would have gone so much worse if not for this little hero, this unsung hero of of the pain assault, or village infiltration or whatnot arc. J-Man has such a funky ninjutsu. Yeah, he has all kinds of like some of the most like bizarre and esoteric and flexible space-time related stuff actually comes from Jiraiya, of all fucking people. So it was really interesting to kind of go through this and try to make sense of all of this over the past couple of weeks. But I do appreciate you, like, for all of the biologists out there, like helping us get our clades correct. So thank you for protecting the phylogeny of my stream. I really appreciate that. Like, actually. So, that being said, Jiraiya comes out of the frog, and here it does almost kind of look like he's, like, kind of expanding in size, so maybe you could argue that it's a little bit different than what's happening here, I don't know, but at any rate, like, if we actually look inside the dimension itself, there is obviously, like, a lot more shit in there than should be where the frog is, if that makes sense. So, in other words, if Jiraiya puts his hand in the frog's mouth and he like moves it around to the left and up and down and stuff like that, his hand will be inside this dimension, right? It won't be piercing through the mouth of the frog or piercing through his belly or killing him or whatever. It will be moving around inside this larger space. But if he extracts his hand and then moves it just a couple of inches to the left and does that same thing, wiggles his hand around or whatever, then he'll be moving the water around. He'll be like slapping the frog in the head like an asshole, but he won't actually be moving around in this space. So this space, if Jiraiya like puts his hand in the toad's mouth and moves it around, then it should be right here, but it's also right there, if that makes sense. Even though Jiraiya himself is physically still connected to his hand is still connected to his body, he's still that one same continuous or contiguous, whatever the word is for it, person, and he's not severing off his hand or anything like that. It's still connected to him. He is moving his hand into a different place, almost as if it's through a portal, that just has a different space-time relationship between himself and the outside world versus himself and the inside world, if that makes any sense. Now, the question comes, what exactly is this space? Is this a place that is somewhere on Mount Miyaboku? Is this literally inside the frog and it's just a shrunken down dimensions like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or whatever, or like a Rick and Morty thing, like the Teenyverse, where Jiraiya has literally made himself physically smaller, Magic School Bus style or whatever else, whatever example you want to use, right? Or is it more like this is a place on Mount Miyaboku, and this is like the toad's mouth is basically functioning like a portal that leads to this place? I'm not sure that there's a specific explicit definition. I like to think that this is actually a space, a realm, a plane, or something like that, that is essentially encapsulated inside the frog. Like, it's very difficult to believe that for me anyway, to believe that this frog, like, opens up his mouth and just eats a fucking statue, or, like, eats giant bugs that are way, like, bigger than he should be on the outside. But it's possible. I don't really know that we have a specific example. But I want us to consider this. Let's say this frog was just hanging out on a rock, and, like, Kid Jiraiya, not in Sage mode, not with any, like, massive buffs, comes over and picks up the frog and throws him in the air and catches him and then puts him back down again, right? Technically speaking, if this dimension is encapsulated within the frog, then Jiraiya just moved an entire dimension, didn't he? If he just, like, physically picks up the frog and the dimension is in the frog, then he just, like, shook an entire dimension. Now, that dimension isn't necessarily, one-to-one in terms of the size of the entire universe. Obviously, it seems like an enclosed space that's biological in nature. At least it seems to have like innards or whatever. But at the same time, he moved the space, which means that Jiraiya, physically, with his own physical strength, managed to move the equivalent weight of this stone statue and all this other stuff and all this water. Water's pretty heavy, and everything else that might be in this space, right? Well, I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. I think that something is going on with the space-time dynamics here, such that Jiraiya is capable of picking up this frog, but when he picks up this frog, it only weighs like a few pounds. This frog itself, from the outside, being manipulated from the outside, doesn't actually weigh however many tons the stuff in here weighs cumulatively, right? So Kid Jiraiya would be able to pick up this frog and move it around. Kid Jiraiya would not be able to pick up the statue necessarily, or however many statues, sculptures, or whatever, there's at least 2 here, and move them all and throw them around. Jiraiya, if he were being a dick, would be able to, like, punt this poor little frog like a baseball, but he wouldn't be able to do the same thing to this. But why? This has its own mass, its weight, whatever, and it's inside this. It's because of the space-time relationship between the two of them. It's because of the relative dimensions, relative mass. I don't know, I'm not a physicist, but that's how it works. Something about the space-time ninjutsu, about the barrier space, about however this works, is making it such that this paradoxical thing can happen. But the most important thing to think of and to remember when it comes back to talking about Kaguya is that Jiraiya doesn't have to be physically strong enough to physically move the equivalent weight of everything in this dimension to move the dimension. Because all he has to do is be able to move the frog itself. He can actually move the construct that encapsulates the entire space, and the construct itself can be much smaller and more lightweight as long as it, like, has a relationship with the thing inside of it that is paradoxically larger than itself. And we'll explain some ways in which that could potentially work in just a second, but I want to just establish that this is relevant to the Kaguya discussion overall. Okay, catching up on chat real quick. Sorry, it says the Rashomon gates is exactly the Rashomon gates are so fucking cool. I know it's a reference to something in, like, Shinto, I think. I need to go look into that because they look really fucking awesome. And I've seen references to Rashomon and other things as well. It's a really awkward frog. Yeah, exactly. And look, like, he's also got, like, the frog equivalent of like a gag, because he has it's basically, he's supposed to be like a gourd, and it's a stopper on a gourd that's going in his throat and preventing things from coming out. So I don't know what this frog is into, man. He's up to some shit. Look at his fucking expression as he's, like, belching him out too. So gross. And the whoop sound effect is great too. Jiraiya fists the frog. Let's not talk about Jiraiya shipping with fucking Gamma Hero romance plot, please. Let's keep that out of the stream. Non-Euclidean, literally, Dr. Strangle, literally, it's a non-Euclidean space-time frog. It literally, like, I think that either the frog's mouth is acting as a portal to the interior space, or it's just like the interior of his body is a wrapper around another dimension, and it's essentially like, it's quote-unquote carrying the dimension around with it, but not physically, in the sense of, like, if that's another way to put it, right? The frog contains a dimension in it which might have like tons of stone, metric tons or whatever of stone and other things inside of it. When the frog jumps, that does not mean the frog scales to whatever the physical force level it is that it would be to like jump with all that shit on your back, because the frog just has like a weird space-time relationship with the shit inside of it that it's enabling it to do that without actually moving that mass. Whether that means that this dimension is actually just a completely separate space or whatnot, I'm not sure. But we'll talk about that more when we start talking about like the TARDIS and the like Doctor Who and Men in Black and stuff like that, which we'll get to in a second. But anyway, let's see. Darth Magog, hey, thank you so much for stopping by. I checked out your video. Obviously, I was there chatting with folks in stream. It was a lot of fun. I'm going to show my partner later on tonight as well, because he or she rather is, she works with kids as well, so I think she'll get a lot out of it. And I think I mentioned before that she really enjoyed your the previous video that I shared of yours with her, so we're looking forward to that. Really cool to see is his name Fives back on the stream. It was a lot of fun, really, really funny video that you guys put together. Kudos on all the recent releases. And thank you for stopping by with everything that you've got going on. Don't worry about being late. There's never any real schedule. We're just hanging out and chatting, Dr. Strangle says chapter 392. I think the frog is just part of the pre-existing type of sealing gourd. We also see this as one of the 6 path tools. Yeah, exactly. So I do have a couple of things regarding the sealing tools somewhere in here. I have a scan of like Madara spitting them out or something down here. Yeah, exactly. So I was going to talk about that separately. Like Madara says, I feel just a tad heavy, something catching in my chest. And then he spits out. And then as he spits the objects out, like they're also like, they seem to grow in size almost. But then you're right. Like this gourd over here is capable of potentially holding like an entire person that doesn't fit the same like spatial dimensions, possibly even multiple people. So yeah. I think I see what you're saying. I think I agree. Let's see. Yeah, the 15 degrees bit was really good. Dr. Mega says, thank you, Don. We're honored to have you join us, and same to you. So yes, it was wonderful. Thank you very much for continuing to do that awesome work that you do. Okay, so very briefly, let's take a look at what the databooks have to say. Obviously, maintaining a little bit of skepticism about the databooks and all that, but I think there's still some things that we can learn from this. Okay, so this is chapter 205 of the official third character databook. This is the official translation. You can get a physical copy of this for yourself on Crunchyroll for about $10, and I think you can find the PDFs of them pretty easily online. I hesitate to distribute them because this was sort of given to me, and I don't know what the rules are for like sharing the whole thing. I would just encourage. It's really cheap. I would just encourage you to like buy a physical copy. It's a cool book to have on hand anyway, if you can afford it. But if you need me to look something else up, I can separately. But that being said, here we have a reference to the little toad. We have a reference to the scroll toad, which we'll talk about in a second. But Gamma Hyotan is the name of this froggy over here, who is described as having a space barrier inside his body. So I think that my description of like something inside of him wrapping itself around another space is probably accurate. Like this toad, this froggo himself, like actually has a regular quote unquote normal frog body with normal frog anatomy, but he also has had a connecting jutsu, a space barrier cast inside himself that then links the interior of his space to another dimension. And that's how the space barrier works, I think, right? But anyway, here let's talk about Gamagakure, which is that other jutsu that Jiraiya uses to get into the Rain Village. I guess there's another instance of this happening earlier, because this looks a bit different from the shot that I showed. Oh, right, because he shows up in the village first, and then he pokes around a little bit, and then he does like that, the jutsu where he like changes into a fucking hotel or like a bar, ikebana or whatever, right? And then he gets back in the okay, so that might be like a separate thing, but it's still the same frog, but yeah. Although the databook does actually refer to it as a toad, so what the fuck do I know? Anyway, so Gamagakure, An infiltration jutsu where one invades from the water hiding inside a toad's mouth. An infiltration jutsu whereby the caster summons a diving toad from Mount Miyaboku and conceals himself inside it. In freshwater, to be fair, it does actually look more like a frog than a toad, but again, like, what the fuck do I know, right? In freshwater, the toad can dive to depths of blah, 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 making this a particularly effective means for infiltrating. The inside of the toad is a barrier space that blocks chakra, and thus it can protect the caster from being detected by sensory-type ninjutsu. Jiraiya crawling out from the barrier space inside the belly of the Gamma Moguri. It is at this moment that he must be most wary of sensory-type ninjutsu. Okay, that makes sense. Here is the Toad Shop Jutsu as well, right? So Jiraiya and his captured Rain Village people are inside the belly, inside this building. The building shrinks down to the size of a frog, and then the frog is able to run away and hop out into the water. But obviously the people inside don't get crushed, don't get like smushed to oblivion, don't get disassembled. So the interior space of the frog maintains its own like local spatial relationship, its own spatial dimensions, but the exterior of the frog changes with regards to its relative relationship to the stuff inside of it, if that makes sense. So trapped in the stomach of a toad, a jutsu where one summons a shop toad from Mount Miyaboku and seals an enemy inside of it. The shop toad can transform itself into an architectural structure, and the caster uses chakra to mold it to the design and specs of his choosing. The target, who is lured in with the bait of all you can drink for 500 ryo, is swallowed whole instead. Which is a pretty cute thing. So here's Gamma Hyoro, which is the like actual inside space thing that we saw before. Inside a gourd filled with silence and fear, a sealed dimension. Okay, a dimension. Sealed dimension from which there's no escape. The caster himself can enter and exit the toad at a moment's notice by giving an order. The caster summons the gourd toad Gamma Hyotan, who lives on Mount Miyaboku, then drags the target into the toad's stomach, where a sealed dimension isolated from the outside world exists. It's also possible to melt one's adversary by shoving him into a lake of acid. The inside of a toad's stomach is dominated by silence. That's actually really fucking creepy. The lake, however, is filled with a powerful acid. Okay, so the way that this is described is that this is kind of a space like Kamui. It's a separate dimension. It is a separate space. It is removed from the outside world. It is isolated. But because of a barrier that connects the interior of the toad to the space, Jiraiya can use the toad as kind of like a portal to enter that space. And technically speaking, he is entering the toad, right? Like, if you pick up that toad and move it around while Jiraiya is inside of it, then put the toad down, Jiraiya is going to pop out of it and he will have moved. But it's funny, Jiraiya will have moved with respect to his exterior space-time coordinates, but he won't have moved with respect to his interior space-time coordinates, if that makes sense, right? Like, within the dimension that he is currently in, Jiraiya isn't moving at all, but on the outside, because he's associated with the frog and the frog is moving, he is also moving in another way. So again, I don't have the perfect language to describe this. I don't know what the physics is behind it. I don't know that I'm doing a perfect job explaining it, but I think that even a layperson who doesn't understand any of this stuff on a higher level than like a teenage kid who's just reading through the manga, I think that's all you need, right? I think that Kishimoto has created his own like quirky magic system, and by putting that magic system together, this is the information that we can glean about how space-time shit works in Naruto. Okay, that being said, I have a couple of YouTube videos that I want to show that will help kind of explain this a little bit better. Let me just, for fun, kind of point out a couple of other things that are worth noting about space-time manipulation and shit like that. There are other examples throughout the series that I found of characters swallowing things that probably... Oh, the page number of the last scan for this one. This is page 253 in the third data book. Is that the one you're looking for? And then this is for the, I don't think we need to talk about this now, but this is the Gamarin show, the Sonic Genjutsu that the frogs sing. This one, I'm not sure. I guess it's from the fourth data book, the mini Ninjutsu files, I think. Yeah. And then this is from the fight with, this is on chapter 549, page 17. This is chapter 403, page 13. And so remember, like, Naruto's having this fight with, or pseudo fight with Itachi, and over the course of that fight, Itachi puts a crow inside him, and the crow actually does, like, physically go inside of him, right? And Naruto's like choking, so it feels like it's going down his throat, but then it just kind of lives inside of him somewhere and doesn't bother him, doesn't seem to take up space. Like he can still eat food and stuff, presumably, and go to the bathroom and whatnot, although I don't really want to think about that. So when fucking I really don't want to think about that. When Itachi then makes the crow come out later, again, Naruto's like gagging and he's like tearing up because this thing is actually physically coming out of him, but it's still inside of him. Yeah, Itachi was inside of Naruto, exactly, with his crow. So, there's, I don't, again, like, what is the exact, like, physics? What's the doctoral thesis on how this works mathematically? I don't fucking know. But the point is that the Naruto universe does support, like, things going inside other things. Pause, granddad. And then again, like here, this is in chapter 489. Naruto's talking to the, like, sage toad on Miyaboku and all that. And we have this scroll toad who can seal himself inside Naruto. And look, he's, like, going slimily inside Naruto's mouth. Do you really want me inside or not? Thanks, Kishimoto. This is a gift. This is a precious treasure. This is a precious treasure. Remember, we're dealing with serious stuff here. Stuff worth, like, threatening each other over and yelling at each other over. Serious manga only, okay? But then basically, yeah, like, this toad is pushed inside of Naruto forcibly, physically. Naruto swallows it, and then it's inside of him. Do we think that that actually means that this little pervert is just, like, living inside Naruto's GI tract? Like, he shrinks himself down and he just, like, hangs out in there like a tapeworm, just like eating off of the epithelial layer of his intestines or some gross shit like that? No, it's probably just like he has a weird space-time relationship with Naruto now where he's linked to him some way. But he has to actually, like, physically get inside him for that sound. Why did I do that at that time? For that to work. Oh, I did actually find some of this stuff before. Here's more of the Obito stuff. So I did actually sort of find this. Okay, we talked about that before. I think that I included this because Kakashi says another plane, right? Same thing over there. Kakashi did that over there, He refers to this as another plane. Just looking for terms. This stuff, I don't really want to talk about this all that much, but this is basically, like, I was looking for examples of other planes, other spheres, other places where people can go. Like, obviously, the most obvious one is when, people communicate by touching fists like Naruto and Sasuke do. They kind of seem to go to a separate place, and when they're in that place, time doesn't necessarily seem to flow the same. Like, characters can have entire extended-ass conversations while shit is still happening in the real world. Like, Naruto and Obito are suspended in midair in chapter, like, 652, and they're like, talking for, like, 10 minutes, going through Obito's, like, flashbacks and shit like that. But I seriously doubt that they're just, like, suspended in air for 10 minutes with all the Hokage just sitting there being like, what the fuck are those two idiots doing up there, right? Like, it's obviously that the relationship between time on the outside and time in this weird realm is different. Same things happening here with when Naruto goes inside, like, the internal spiritual plane, mental plane, whatever the fuck this place is, and he's talking to all these characters, all the Jinchuriki and Biju. There's a bunch of shit still happening outside during the war. I seriously doubt that Madara's like, okay, well, he went inside himself, so we're all taking 5 until he comes back out, right? And the way that Kurama describes it as being a psyche plane, okay? So all this, and then obviously there's, like, the interstitial space between life and death that we talked about before. So all this is just to establish that Naruto consistently over the course of the series has characters being able to engage in weird manipulative space-time fuckery without being demigods, without being, like, moving entire universes around. They can semi-paradoxically be able to manipulate the mass that's contained within an interior of a space without being strong enough to manipulate all those objects individually, etc., etc., etc. There are a lot of different ways that space-times, planes, dimensions, blah, 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 can be represented in Naruto. And so this very singular, very myopic definition of Kaguya shoving the Naruto universe out of the way, and therefore she must be universal, to me just doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't seem to be commensurate with everything else that's happening. I think a much better example, and this is where it starts to get weird, but like I think a much better way of explaining this is that maybe when Kaguya summons her dimensions, what she's doing is she's essentially doing the opposite of what Jiraiya does when he goes inside the mouth of the toad, right? Like she is doing what Jiraiya does when he summons the internal. Where the fuck did I have those? Oh, it was up here, right? When Jiraiya summons the belly of the rock toad to his location, he's changing the space-time relationship between the belly of the rock toad and his current location without harming the toad or the hospital, and that is what Kaguya is doing. She's changing the relationship between wherever her dimension is in the universe and her current location and making it such that they overlap, and that affects anybody who's within a sphere radius of her as well. So she's not actually physically picking up, encapsulating, and pushing the universe away. Where would that even go? What would that even mean? She's not actually physically exporting or expending the amount of energy that it would take to physically roll all the planets in the universe like a few feet out of the way to make room for her space, okay? None of that is supported. What she's probably doing is she's manipulating some sort of a construct that's roughly equivalent to manipulating the frog from the outside. That's what I think is happening. That's what I think the series supports. That being said, I have a couple of other, mostly just for fun, other pieces of information that I think will help expand on this a little bit. So let me read chat, and then we'll kind of talk about some of that stuff, and then we can wrap this up. So, Dr. Strangle says, oh yeah, hopefully I gave you the correct page number there. Itachi was inside of Naruto. Yeah, I love the idea of the frog and the bird Naruto swallowed fighting for space in their intestines. The crow seems relatively calm, and relatively complacent. So I think they'd probably stake out their own, different little places. Like maybe the crow would probably roost on top of one of these little structures, like make a nest in here and just be like out on the hunt for grubs, and just eat the grubs out of the acid or something like that. And the frog would just, I don't know, just hang out on a lily pad. They'd probably be able to coexist, I think. Deep-throated by I noticed that you said by toad and not the toad, so I don't know what kind of weird Mario crossover thing that you have going on, Saria, but I'm not here to judge, this is a safe space. Just since these are on the screen at the moment, I'll just point out that this is in the Shin Boruto prequel manga or whatever in chapter 8. This is where Sasuke talks about entering Kaguya's time space. It's written as Kagura's, but Kagura is a completely separate character from the movie. I think it's meant to say Kaguya. They're talking about Kaguya. This is kind of relating to the sealing thing that we saw before, where Jiraiya sealed the Amaterasu in the scroll. But obviously in Boruto, characters have the ability to put ninjutsu inside a scroll, then shrink the size of the scroll down, then fire the scroll out, and then fire the ninjutsu out as well. So it kind of seems like the structure or whatever, the construct of this chakra sphere is being held in suspended animation or something within a barrier that is encapsulated within this scroll. Now obviously it doesn't really make any sense to say that the sphere itself goes inside the paper, because how the fuck would that even work? It can't fit in the paper, it would tear it up. So there's got to be some kind of barrier, some kind of dimensional warp, something that is sealing this intact sphere or suspending it or something like that inside the scroll so that it can be released later. And when it's released, it seems to have the same amount of power and energy and potential that it would normally. So I think it is literally being held in some kind of suspended animation state. This is, let's ignore the bottom half of this. This is also commensurate with the whole Momoshiki having a dimension in which time doesn't flow. That's another form of space-time manipulation that can occur. And then there's also this is, by the way, this is in Boruto, not TBV, original Boruto. This is chapter 10, page 12. And then where the fuck did I not have it? Shit, I meant to include the thing from Boruto where oh, maybe I have it up here. Yeah, okay. So fucking Ishiki / Jigen, no, this is just Ishiki at this point, in chapter 48 in Boruto, also mentions this ability called Daikokuten, which gives him access to his own little private dimension, and he says it lets him store things that he shrunk down in a dimension where time doesn't flow and retrieve them whenever I want. So he basically like has this glass of wine that he has stored in this alternate dimension. Nothing flows or changes or moves in that dimension once he puts it there, and he can retrieve it whenever he wants. So this glass of wine could be like 1,000 years old and not actually have aged a single day, because it's basically just frozen, right? Our world contains 3 spatial dimensions, like length, length, width, and height, and then it has a temporal dimension of time. And this dimension that Ishiki has just doesn't have time. It has length, width, and height, and so he can put things in there, but they won't change or decay. And this also, like in Two Blue Vortex, that's, well, I'm not going to spoil that if people haven't gotten that far, but basically, like, it is used in a similar capacity to store stuff in it that he doesn't want to degrade, or that whoever is using the jutsu doesn't want to degrade. Just leave it at that, right? So, that being said, that is the precedent that the series establishes for how space-time shit works. Okay, now you have that data. Do with it whatever you want. It's up to you. Saria says, but I don't want to save space. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. Well, birds are basically dinosaurs by certain definitions. So just, go turn people into birds and you'll be halfway there. That's maybe slightly more tenable. Dr. Strangle says, looking at the raws of page 253, I don't see dimension. It just says within the frog's belly. Okay, that's good to know. It could be that translation was a little bit liberal. Holy shit. It would be funny if paper bombs just a shit ton of TNT seal within them. Yeah, that might actually be the case. I think it's more like there's chakra that is sealed inside the paper itself, and I think that's supported by other things. Like, I forget where it is. It's something like 320, 330 or something, that like when Naruto is doing the training with Kakashi, he says he has like this paper that has been infused with the chakra of a certain tree, or like, no, that's a bit different. They raise these trees on like a seed bed that contains chakra in it, and so the paper made from the trees reacts to chakra, and that's how they like check Naruto's chakra nature or whatever, by running chakra through it, something like that. So the idea that paper is compatible with Iriomen, the chakra storage or whatever being run through with chakra, I think that's supported. Hi Ryoman, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Sukuna vs. Gojo, I don't know enough about JJK to say. I know that Gojo said Gojo said nah, I'd win, but then I hear that maybe that's not the case. So he did say that he would win against Sukuna with like full fingers, but I haven't gotten that far. I'm only at chapter like 30 or something. I will say that like I went to see the Reze arc movie for Chainsaw Man, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but powers, like I need to I'm coming up on like a year of doing Naruto streams pretty soon, and I want to do a celebration. I want to keep going through that year for sure. And then after the holidays, like I think I need to figure out how I'm going to switch things up a little bit. Not that I'm going to cancel the streams, but like I'd win exactly. But like fucking, I was sitting there watching a fight scene between two of these characters, and my brain just wouldn't shut the fuck up and let me enjoy the movie, because power scaling has fucking ruined my brain. Because I'm just like, oh, well, that's not all that impressive. That's only city block level. Oh, wait, shit, that's actually more like, multi-city block level, which means that Denji has this level of durability. Oh, but that actually doesn't really scale to this other character. And I was like, in my head, I was unable to just sit back and enjoy the fucking show for part of it, because I was like, I'm probably going to have to argue about somebody with this later, because I already saw like somebody I'm subscribed to posting about like Reze versus Pain, like who would win. And so in my head, I'm going through all the arguments. Well, no, Pain could definitely deal with this with a Shinra Tensei. Oh wait, no, Reze is faster. He's speed, like Reze is like whatever. It's just so fatiguing. And like I complained about this a while ago too with Ranma. Like Ranma isn't even a series that has very high-end power scaling, at least not season 1 on Naruto. Like the characters maybe can break a wall or something, I guess. Or did I say Naruto? I meant Netflix, season 1 on Netflix. But like every single time anybody did everything, there was a part of my brain that was taking notes like, that's not even Mach 1, that's not impressive. Like fuck, like I can't turn it off. It's so demoralizing. I feel like I've had to sacrifice part of my enjoyment of like the way that I consume media in order to like rewrite my brain to be able to interpret it in a power scaling way, if that makes sense. I can't spend the rest of my life like that. Like I need to find a way to step back and re-establish my relationship with anime and manga in a healthy way. Like power scaling has brought a lot of positivity into my life, or if you even call, like, I don't even know if it's fair to call what I'm doing on stream power scaling. I'm just talking about like scaling, and I'm talking about the manga, but I'm not actually doing any of my own scales, not really. I'm just sort of talking about the arguments. But anyway, it definitely does have like put my brain, it definitely has put my brain into like a weird, probably unhealthy state that I need to like take some time to move away from. So I think I'll probably still do the streams twice a week, but I think it'll be a bit more casual, and I'm gonna start working on other stuff after that, right? So Maki might have billions. No, well, again, like based on what I've seen, like I've read up through chapter 40 or whatever. Like I've read up through the Reze arc plus like the start of the next arc where everything's assembling and things just started to kick off. I haven't seen anything remotely like speed. I think Reze is probably like, you know, hypersonic by what I've seen. I don't know, like even in season 1, there's that, I don't know if the jutsu, if the technique or whatever has a name, but when the katana devil guy, I think his name is just samurai sword, right? When he like scooches down and then like kind of crosses his arms and then dashes forward, that is like something that that seems to me to probably be speed of sound, like, or faster. So it wouldn't surprise me if characters who scale like eventually get up pretty fucking high in that universe. The gun devil, based on like the very little that we've seen of him, seems to be, you know, obviously capable, like nuclear bomb level or something like that, right? Like he's wiping out millions of people in the course of a couple of minutes. But yeah, nobody reacts to Katana Man when he does that. Yeah, exactly, right? Like even, well, I've only seen, again, like I haven't seen very far into the series, but every time he does that, he seems to blitz. Like I was actually considering like keeping that in a notes or something, like a sticky note about like examples of blitzes, because I think that's one of the examples. This is what I'm fucking talking about. This is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. I was sitting there watching it and I was like, oh shit, I better write this down. This is a speed blitz. I can use this in a video. I'm like, God damn it. I just need to be able to enjoy the show. But yeah, that's because I knew I was going to talk about it later. So there you go. The only brain rot part of these thinking that city block level isn't ridiculous. Yeah, no, it is. It is, especially for like normal humans. I mean, if you start off in a universe like The Witcher or whatever, where you have sorceresses who can like summon giant fireballs or like turn people's bones to molten lead or whatever, like the marrow in their bones to molten lead. Like you have people doing crazy shit like that, then being able to bust down a brick wall with like an ARD sign or something like that isn't really all that impressive. But yeah, I mean, like relatively, it's still impressive for a regular human. City block is extremely high for a regular human. Yeah. Let me see. I didn't miss your poop comment. Where's the poop? Okay, Darth Magog says Naruto's poop is canon. Yes, Naruto's poop canon is canon. Power scaling brain rot says Dr. Strangle. Yes, exactly. That is where I'm at right now. Stares at walls in Zelda and makes a 20-page stair could not be me. So are you actually able to just like play Zelda games casually without your brain running at 1,000,000 miles an hour with all that stuff, or has it like kind of changed the way your brain interfaces with it? Because like for me, like I've worked a lot of like audio stuff in video games for my job, and so now when I sit down and play games, it's sort of hard for me to turn my brain off because I'm always being like, ooh, what did they do there? Ooh, what's that sound? Where'd they come from? Oh, I recognize that library pack. I recognize like where that sound comes from, you know. So I get, it's not really all that much of a steep price to pay. It's fine. I'm really just whining, but at the same time, it's like, fuck, man, I just want to be able to chill, you know. It's something that like once you, I hate this expression, but what's the expression? Like you can't unring that bell, right? It's like once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Like whatever, you know what I mean, right? Me with the fucking weird metaphors again. But like, okay, so Dr. Triangle says Beirut explosion. Oh, okay. I don't know if I want to show this on stream specifically, but I'll look at it. I'm looking at it on the other monitor, and yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Oh yeah, I remember this. That's right. Okay. Yeah, of course. Jesus, what's wrong with my brain? With the grain silos and everything. Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, says also I was talking to my friend and then I kept being like, oh god, my accent was coming in full force, and I got so mad that I just said, I hate this fucking language because your words would not. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. So do you think in French at this point, like if you have an internal monologue, which I know I guess like not everybody does, but if you do, is it in French? Because like that's like people would ask me that when I was living in Italy, like did it ever switch to Italian? Not really. Like my internal monologue was always in English, and then if I wanted to think of a word to say in Italian, I would be like translating from English. I never got to that level of full fluency where I was just able to spit stuff out in Italian. Okay, so with that, excuse me. With that being said, let's go. Well, since we're on YouTube anyway, like we can take a look at that. I just don't want my algorithm to get cursed. Let's see, like this one over here. Here, maybe we'll do this one. Oh, it might be loud. Sorry. Okay. I mean, like, here's the thing. If anybody was actually injured or died in this, like, I'm kind of hesitant to show it. But honestly, like, this seems like some of the stuff I've seen recently in like Chainsaw Man. Like, not to spoil anything, but like, I saw something that I could be like, oh yeah, okay. I could see an argument that this is relative, right? And if you're saying this is multi-city block level, then yeah, I have no problems with the Ranma characters that I've seen don't scale this high, but certainly like some of the shit that I've seen in Chainsaw Man does get this high for sure. Like obviously the gun devil is like way stronger than this, but even like some of the characters that we've seen more directly, if that makes sense. Try not to spoil or anything, but yeah, it should be that level as well. Hopefully that makes some sense. Guts versus Geralt, who wins? Guts. Like I like Geralt a lot. I think that he's like a very strong character within his own universe, but actually his power kind of winds up not being that big of a focus later on in the books. Ironically, he kind of like starts to get like kind of take a back seat later on, and he's not known for being like, he's a very strong witcher. He's like an exceptional, like extremely talented witcher, but you know, he gets handled by quite a lot of other things in the universe, like what's his name, Vilgefortz just like toys with him. Like he struggles, at least until later in the game, like he struggles against the Wild Hunt and stuff like that. And like it depends on what like arc you're talking about, but if we're talking about like full on berserk armor, like post Ganishka arc Guts, like with a Dragon Slayer, like no, like that Geralt doesn't stand a chance. I'm sorry, in my opinion, unless he's able to use whatever that sign is. Like, is it Irden that is like or is it Axii? I forget. That is the like mind control, like Jedi mind trick thing. Then he might be able to create an opening. But I mean, like, he's gonna be extremely fucking hard pressed, in my opinion. Dr. Strangle says one of the best video that shows scale because other videos that size are just in the desert. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll look up some more footage online on my own, on like off stream. Let's see. Sorry, it says, yes, my thoughts are in French, so then I'll start speaking in because my accent is either fine or extremely thick. No in between. My words will spill out like spaghetti, and it's like my tongue locks up. Yeah, I could get that way when I was trying to speak in Italian as well. I can totally relate to that. Rioman says, Von Keyskilled Chainsaw Man. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Von Keyskills Chainsaw Man to Outerversal and says that the Falling Devil has a planetary feet. Well, I haven't even gotten that far. I haven't met the Falling Devil yet, so I'll have to see. I don't agree with his takes that I've seen. I thought it was very amusing. Maybe this was the one that you sent to me, that he did a video that was like, if Naruto scalers scaled like One Piece scalers or Bleach scalers or whatever, and he made all these arguments that were meant to be sarcastic, kind of like satirizing and making fun of Bleach scaling. But I was like, but you do the same thing with Naruto scaling. Like, so it's just like kind of ironic, but whatever. I saw a video that showed 10 tons, 1 ton, 10 tons, 100 tons, and 1,000 tons of TNT, but they all looked about the same, as there was nothing around them to show scale. Oh yeah, that's very important. Like, it's not, unless you have something for comparison, then it's obviously like not going to like have the same impact, right? Rioman says the feat is Falling Devil reversing gravity on the other side of the Earth, which he calced planetary. Well, again, like, I'll have to take a look at that, but I would want to see the calc like evaluated by people who are familiar with the math. I think again, like people tend to make the assumption that affecting a planet or like moving the moon means that you are moon level. But what does that mean exactly? Like Tonari moves the moon. Okay, how far is he moving the moon? How much acceleration is he like applying to it? How quickly, et cetera, right? There's a lot of factors to consider. The fact that he simply adjusts the moon's position isn't proof that he's moon level, if you're defining moon level as being able to destroy a moon equivalent construct or create something like that. So again, like, I have to see the evidence. Ryoma says, I do think his arguments for Naruto are more valid than One Piece and Bleach ones mostly, but I don't really agree with some of them. That's okay. Like, we might wind up disagreeing. My overall disagreement with his perspective is very similar to my disagreements with stuff like Sage and Noodles and stuff like that. Is not that like he's full of shit, or because he's not really, or that he like seriously, like I'm not trying to slander him or like to be rude or mean to him or anything like that, right? It's just that from what I've seen of his content, he and Sage and other folks like that tend to take this approach of being like, let's find a few pieces of information that we can take out of context and cling to these and say that because these things are true, then these are the implications that are also true about the series, as opposed to actually looking at things in the series itself. So I don't think he said this himself. So I'm not trying to strawman him or say that this was his argument, but it was the same stuff that I was talking about here about people taking like the statement, where the fuck is that statement? Yeah, being like creating dimensions as she pleases. Dimension is a universe. Universe is universe level. Therefore, based on these 5 words, Kaguya is universe level. It's like, that's bullshit, especially when you look at the other things here. And it's basically, to me, it just strikes me as like a big ass excuse to not actually read the manga and go through the arguments in the manga. And again, this is not, I don't think like Key literally said this, so I'm just using this as a reference. But I will like mention that conversation, since we're talking about the moon anyway, that I had with Sage, where I was like, hey Sage, you use this calc for the size of the moon, and that, or like you used a calc for Tonari that was scaling his power, and the calc assumed that the mass of the moon in Naruto is the same as ours. How do you know that? And part of his answer, not the whole thing, I'm not trying to strawman, but part of his answer was because in Naruto they call the moon by a certain kanji. That kanji is never used to refer to natural satellites. It's only used to refer to just the moon. So since they're calling it Luna, they're calling it the moon essentially, then it must be the same exact moon. Now, setting aside the fact that he didn't actually say what that kanji was or provide a link to a dictionary or anything like that, just assume that he's right about that. Notice that he didn't actually calc the size of the moon or demonstrate anything about the dimensions or properties of the moon itself. He just said, well, because it categorically fits this definition, therefore we can just go ahead and assume that it is this other thing. And then same thing when I said, well, the interior is hollow. Like, have you seen the movie and actually looked at the interior? Have you tried to do any calcs of the interior space or the exterior space? Like, we see the characters running around on the surface, and his response was, well, it can't be that hollow because Kaguya is inside of it. Okay, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what do you mean by that hollow? How much space does Kaguya take up? Where is she? How much area does she need to occupy? Did you actually look at the interior? Did you look at the curvature? Did you look at the seas or the lakes or whatever? Did you look at the cities? Did you look at the, like, anything? Did you do any amount of investigation and actually look at what's in the fucking movie? Did you watch the movie and look at it? When the characters were running on the surface of the moon, did you look at the characters and look at the moon? When the characters split the moon in half and were standing near the crack and you could see, you could see the characters directly next to the crack and see their proportions. Did you look at that? Did you look at it with your eyes and consider that maybe we could get some data from that? And the answer is no, because as long as you can clear a point with likelihood, as long as you can win an argument or get past it, or earn a point in a conversation, win a debate, whatever, then why would we have to? Why would we have to engage with the source material, read the fucking manga, watch the movies, enjoy the media like, well-adjusted human beings, when we can just take an individual statement or claim out of context and just say, look, I win via likelihood, I win via definition, I get a point. Fuck your points. I'm so fucking tired of this. Like, I really do not care. It is so thoroughly asinine and unimpressive and incurious for people to just be like doubling down on and investing their effort in trying to win fucking points over on each other instead of reading the manga, watching the shows, really appreciating them for what they are. And it's not a big ask either. Like, I'm not even asking anybody, literally not asking anybody to do math in order to appreciate this. I'm just asking to like look at the shit and entertain the possibility that there are other ways of looking at it, and not assert that because you have a definition that this is the right way to look at it, or that it's the most likely or most probable or whatever. Not trying to like pass off your laziness and lack of curiosity in a subject for an actual like factual or valid way of interpreting a subject. That's all I'm asking. I guess that's unfair. I guess that's a tall order, and that I'm just gonna need to like mature as a person and stop being so unreasonable because that's the feedback I've gotten. So whatever, fuck it. I'll spend more time reading the manga, and other people can spend more time figuring out how to get one over on each other in debates. That I'm totally fine with that division of labor. I can live with that. Dr. Strangle says, my gravity moves the moon a little bit. Yes, you are significantly affecting a moon level construct. Therefore, you are at least moon level. And since the moon is in the universe, arguably you're affecting the universe too. I mean, we do know that Danzo rewrites reality with the Izanagi, right? So, like, you are changing reality. I think that would make you Universe Plus at least, like, easily. Ryoman said, he said that the more distance energy has to cover, the more force it requires, and to reverse gravity in Brazil from Japan or something, she needs to overcome gravitational binding energy of the Earth. Okay. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know enough about gravity, math, physics to be able to challenge that. So I would need to see it in context. If he actually did the research and did the calc and he thinks he can back up that calc with that work, then great. I fully encourage and commend anybody who puts in the time and research and tries to get that information together. That's genuinely great. And I hope that checks out. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't have like the context for what's happening in the story at that point. I will say I'm very skeptical. I will say I'm definitely not going to accept it without seeing further corroboration. But that could be 100% correct for all I know. You know, I've heard takes of his that are corroborated and do make sense. I don't disagree with him on everything. It's just the incurious stuff that gets to me, you know. The characters were doing crack. The characters were doing so much crack that they made a crack so that they would have more crack to do. Dr. Strangle, fuck, I'm gonna get like, gonna have to edit that out. Dr. Strangle says research is for nerds. Proceeds to dunk on John into the sponge. Yes, exactly. But no, I'm venting. I don't really have any bad blood or any animosity really towards anybody in this community as a person, you know, as a human being. I just don't get it. I guess I just like don't relate. Like I'm lazy, like by nature. I don't want to go out of my way to find more work to do. I don't inherently get anything out of being able to say like I did so much work today. I love working on things that I enjoy working on, as redundant as that sounds. But it doesn't feel like work to me when I'm in that, right? Like I don't want to give myself more homework assignments. I don't want to give myself more busy work to do. But I feel as though it's, you know, weird to me. It seems to me to take much more effort to try to like turn singular statements from data books and stuff like that into compelling arguments from the manga, rather than just reading the manga and using the manga itself. But also, it seems like it's being used as a way of getting out of doing a different kind of work. It's really weird. It's like a paradoxical like laziness, not laziness, because like that's the thing. And people like Sage like obviously work really fucking hard. Like he has a job, despite like however busy his job must be, and all the bullshit that we all deal with, and going to the gym and just maintaining like a life, you know, that's hard enough as it is for anybody. That he releases videos on a regular schedule. He runs his community. He engages in debates with people. So he makes different forms of content, etc., etc. It takes effort. I'm not saying that he's like a lazy person, right? But I'm saying that like by any means, it would be totally unfair of me to say that, and it doesn't seem to be supported by like what I've seen. And I think that probably goes for anybody who makes content on a regular basis. Making content is hard. Editing videos takes a long fucking time. Doing any amount of research for anything is a pain in the ass and takes a long time. So I respect that. I respect the effort involved, even if I disagree with a lot of the stuff in it. But it's like, I do feel like there's this weird kind of discrepancy in terms of how much effort people put into trying to get around the manga as opposed to diving into it. And I just don't get it. So you have bad blood against everyone. You'll fight everyone, and then you'll win and destroy all grass. No, grass. We need grass for cows and also for occasionally touching. If not the cows for touching, the grass for. I'm moving on from this. Live your best life. Dr. Strangle says, all you have for people is bad blood. You have leukemia? Oh, no. I hope you're okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell like the nature of a joke from text or whatever, but I hope you're doing okay. Anyway, from touching cows to leukemia to forehead eyeballs, we have come full circle, and we can wrap up this stream with a couple of little fun things from YouTube. So I don't know if you guys, why am I not subscribed? What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know if you guys know Sethical. He does like really funny shit. Welcome to the Bread Bank is probably one of my top 3 favorite things. Oh, it's /J. Okay. I appreciate it. It's a good joke. I'm just making sure. Top 3 favorite videos ever that I've ever seen. Go watch that shit. So this is a series that he does where, you know, Baku, a character from like his own version of the character Baku, is being tried in court for supposedly yeeting people into another dimension, and they're interviewing Obito, who is explaining how the yeet ability works. Basically, when Baku gets pissed off at people or just gets tired of them, he will say yeet, they'll disappear, and nobody knows where they go, and so he's being accused of murder, and he's on trial. He's taking the stand right now, and I think Obito is actually being examined, and Obito's providing the explanation. If none of that makes sense to you, just go watch the Baku series. I guarantee it'll be worth your time. The shit is funny as hell. But let's just play a clip because they just happen to kind of explain dimension shit really, really well. It might be a little loud. Let me see. Actually, let me stop the music too. We don't need this right now. Okay, here we go.
Real shit.
100.
Oh,
He's
fuck.
speaking facts.
You right.
That's true.
Dog, I'm going to fucking jail. Can I get a new lawyer?
By the end of the night, you gonna be behind bars. Trust. Prosecution calls Obito to the stand.
Here we go.
Finally.
So, do you have any personal connection to the defendant?
Nah, I just work at Popeyes.
Do you know anything about the missing people?
I know where the motherfuckers are.
Is that right?
They're not dead. They're in a higher dimension.
Another dimension.
Don't make no sense. How do you know that?
The third dimension.
What are you talking about?
Notice that he didn't say universe, by the way.
Third dimension.
There's no third dimension. Where'd he go?
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Shit. Hey, what the fuck?
Wait, I killed that motherfucker. How is that possible?
Oh, he guilty.
You going to jail
You
now?
dumb fuck. So you just went to the third dimension and got him.
And then here's the explanation that's actually relevant to our studies this evening.
Yeah, I teleported. Look, let me explain how it works. We live in a two-dimensional world. Up, down, left, and right. But what about forward and backward?
What is that?
What?
Fuck did he say?
See, it's some shit you can't comprehend. He got the yeet ability, right? He literally yeets bitches backwards off of this plane of existence. So they're not dead.
Oh, damn.
That's some anime.
Yeah, so I think like that's, I know it's like jokey video or whatever, but that's actually a pretty great visual metaphor and example of the relationships between different dimensions, right? So here you have like a 2-dimensional plane that just has length and width, and it's just like a flat surface. Like obviously you can't ever really depict something as having no width whatsoever, or at least length and height, no width, whatever, right? So it's really hard, if not impossible, in like a rendering software or even like visually. Like you hold up a piece of paper, it's really thin, it has quote unquote 2 dimensions, but it really does have some thickness to it, right? So this fish over here, you know, is a 2D object. This is a 2D object, and normally the way that the fish like moves through the scene is that it is superimposed in the same like physical dimension, right? It's or like that it's occupying the same plane, meaning that it's occupying those same 2 physical dimensions and can move itself around in those spaces. But if the spatial relationship changes between those two things, like even though the dimension itself of the whatever that store is that he's in, the restaurant or whatever, is maintained, and the fish is also maintained, now they are separated and unable to interact with each other because they're in different planes. Like they are dimensionally separated, if that makes sense. So I think this is a very useful like visual metaphor, you know, in addition to just being fucking funny, to kind of explain how that works. So that being said, this is also a really good video over here. We're not going to play the whole thing because it's a little bit long, but I would encourage anybody who has any interest whatsoever in like spatial dynamics and or what I don't even know what the right term for it is, but like dimensions, right? Watch this video. Ironically, deeply ironically, I found out about this video from fucking Surfbone of all people. But regardless, you know, credit where credit is due or whatever. This is actually a very useful you know, piece of information that is highly entertaining and highly informative. So let me just play a little bit of a clip. So in the first part of this video, he establishes that we're imagining a two-dimensional world in which the third dimension of height or thickness or whatever does not exist at all. And there are these creatures, these entities, these sentient beings who live in a place called Flatland where everything is in two dimensions, right? All these shapes are creatures who live in Flatland.
Let's imagine that these are absolutely flat. That being the case, we know, us Flatlanders, about left, right, and we know about forward, back, but we have never heard of up, down. Let us imagine that into Flatland, hovering above it, comes a strange three-dimensional creature which, oddly enough, looks like an apple. And the three-dimensional creature sees an attractive, congenial-looking square, watches it enter its house, and decides in a gesture of interdimensional amity to say hello. Hello, says the three-dimensional creature. How are you? I am a visitor from the third dimension. A cross...
Sorry. I don't want to let it play too long uninterrupted because I don't want YouTube to get on my ass. But I also don't really have anything useful to say because he's doing such a great job of explaining shit. So blah, blah, blah. Don't take me down, YouTube. Thank you.
Creature sees an attractive and decides in a... Hello, says the three-dimensional creature. How are you? I am a visitor from the third dimension. Well, the poor square looks around his closed house, sees no one there, and what's more, has witnessed a greeting coming from his insides, a voice from within. He surely is getting a little worried about his sanity.
Right, so there's no way for, apart from like the transmission of sound waves between quote unquote the third dimension and those first two dimensions, there's no way for that like individual like square creature to really perceive of or maybe even like cognitively understand the thing that's happening. He just doesn't have the cognitive framework and perceptual abilities to really be able to interact with that thing. And the apple could be like hovering literally like an infinitely small distance away from the square, but still not be able to actually touch it or interact with it beyond like the transmission of sound, and that square not be able to perceive it or like meaningfully comprehend it or anything because of the lack of having that extra like spatial dimension between them, if that makes sense. Aeroflame versus Surfbone and outsmarting, bruh, like I don't know, man. Like again, like I'm hesitant to cast aspersions on people that I don't know. I don't really like talking about people behind their back. Like I'll talk about their arguments, you know, gladly and be frustrated at that, but not the people. But I will say that like all of my interactions with Surfbone have been bad. I have actually had some decent interactions with Noodles before things turned sour. Like I have had positive interactions with Sage for sure. Like a lot of good interactions with Sage, right? Six as well. Like, but Surfbone, something is up with that dude. Like whenever I hear him talk, he is pretty much exclusively just being extremely crappy and condescending and sarcastic, not even in a way that's providing any sort of like interesting commentary or humor. He's just like repeating what he hears and then being like, oh sure, like that's true. What if that were true? Oh sure. It's like it's like the most like I don't know like who hurt him or whatever, but he's so his persona anyway comes across as so bitter. And I can actually listen to Noodles because even though I think he's pretty toxic and I really dislike a lot of what he says, he does occasionally actually make arguments that are interesting. He does make points that you can listen to and then come up with debunks to and have a conversation about. Surfbone, I don't even know what the fuck to say to his commentary. I I'm not talking about his older videos or whatever. I'm talking about like the when he's on stream live with Noodles or whatever, and they're just commenting on stuff. I don't even know how to engage with that level of just like bitterness and cynicism. It's fucking weird. So again, I don't know him as a person. Maybe off stream, he's a totally nice guy. He does charity work or whatever, and we get along, like oil and water, oil and fire, whatever the fucking expression is. But that persona that is on stream is just like unbearable. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be mean, but I don't get it. I don't understand that level of like bitterness. It doesn't appeal to me at all. So I'll give it to Arrow Flame, but I mean, like, Arrow can get heated too, like, pun intended, I guess. I think I saw Arrow Flame's debate against, I forget the guy he was debating against, but they were talking about like Kid Buu versus Buhan, right? I think Mr. Narrative recommended that, and I enjoyed that. Like, yeah, he said some silly stuff, but he also said some really funny shit. Like, so I don't know. I give him some props. I've experienced entertainment and laughter from at least some of his stuff. So yeah, I'll give it to Aeroflame. Saria says the nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, the carbon in our apple pies were made in the interiors of collapsing stars. It's so beautiful. We are made of star stuff. I love that quote so much. It's such a beautiful sentiment. Ryoman says, I watched a few streams with both Noodles and Surfbone, and yeah, he's basically just a yes man to Noodles and says dumb stuff whenever he tries to make a point of his own or says generic stuff. Yeah, I didn't appreciate that at all. Like, again, credit where credit is due. I only found out about this video because Surfbone mentioned it in one of his videos. I think he used to make okay content. I'm not an expert on his stuff or whatever, but I have learned things from him in the past. So I don't know what happened. I'm not gonna even like speculate, but something changed, and I just like, I miss the old Kanye, I guess. Aeroflame debated Surfbone and Noodles on it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was one of the most fucking disgusting things I've seen to come out of this community. Yeah, that's fucking depressing. I remember that debate happening at all, the very premise of that debate, and that happening without the people involved, like without certain parties involved present, was, I think, hands down the most disgusting thing that I've seen come out of this community, and I've like seen quite a bit happen over the years. So, never mind. Like, fuck all that. Just like, it's very fucking gross. I'm done with all that. I'm not mad at you, Ryoman. Just to be clear, like, you bringing that up, is like, I don't want it to seem like I'm like yelling at you or anything. Just to be clear, like, you're good. But the fact that the debate itself happened and everything surrounded that, it's like fucking gross. Like, fuck all that. Anyway, Carl Sagan.
The three-dimensional creature is unhappy about being considered a psychological aberration. And,
and who wouldn't be?
Descends to actually enter Flatland. Now, a three-dimensional creature exists in Flatland only partially. Only a plane, a cross-section through him can be seen. So when the three-dimensional creature first reaches Flatland, it's only the points of contact which can be seen, and we'll represent that by stamping the apple in this ink pad and placing that image in Flatland. And
sorry, I stopped trolling.
If the apple were to descend through,
it's clearly a durian.
Flatland, we would progressively see higher and higher slices, which we can represent by cutting the apple. So the square, as time goes on, sees a set of objects.
So I feel like I'm disrespecting Carl Sagan's memory by dragging him into this Naruto bullshit, so I apologize, Cosmic Essence of Sagan. But at the same time, I think this kind of relates nicely to what we were talking about Obito before, right? Like, there is another dimension. It is the Kamui dimension. That dimension has a relationship with respect to our dimension that is very similar to the relationship between the apple and Flatland. And when portions of Obito get pushed into the Kamui dimension, what's happening is something similar to what's happening here, where like a cross section of Obito is just sort of overlapping and shifting into this other dimension. But Obito doesn't lose the parts of him that are overlapping with another dimension. So I think probably the way to apply this to what we were talking about with Kaguya before is just that maybe what Kaguya is doing is like her dimensions are sort of nearby but are like spatially removed in the way that the apple is spatially removed from this plane. And what she does is she basically just kind of like tips her dimension over into the Naruto dimension so that it like scoops up the Naruto characters and then continues rolling by. It basically like overlaps with them and picks them up and brings them into the dimension, and then they're stuck there. So she does actually move the dimension. She moves it around, and it's the physical equivalent of like moving all the shit around inside of the frog, but it doesn't actually mean the exact same thing as moving the entire universe of out of the way, because all she's doing is just sort of like temporarily rolling the apple over where Naruto and the other characters are, and then they get subsumed or like absorbed or yanked into the other dimension, and the dimension just keeps rolling along, and the main direction isn't even affected by it. And I think this is the same shit that's happening with Madara's Limbo clones as well. They're described as being in a distant world or a separated or removed world or whatever. They're like shadows that Madara's casting or whatever. I think that's it. Like, they are projections of Madara that just exist in a different dimension, and that dimension is normally not accessible to Naruto, but they're not in entirely separate universes that are completely removed from the main universe. They're just in a different dimension, right? It's really hard to wrap your head around this shit, though. I'm not mad at anybody for not getting this. I don't even fully understand it, right? I'm just referencing some person who's much smarter and wiser than me doing a much better job of explaining it, because I want to emphasize that there is a framework out there that we can use to develop a better understanding of this, right? There are resources out there if you want to try to get a better understanding of this. Don't stop here. This should just be a starting point. Saria says, what type of... Oh, yeah, I think you're trolling. I think it's a Red Delicious, which used to be my favorite until my partner turned me on to Honeycrisp, which is, like, goated as far as I'm concerned. Dr. Strangle says, my oldest video on my channel is shitting on Surfbone getting math wrong because he's just proudly ignorant. Okay, I'm going to have to look at that then. That's actually really funny. Rioman says, I'm allergic to apples. Feel as if someone cut my lips open after eating just a small... Oh, God, that's miserable. I'm so sorry, dude. I don't know what I would do without apples. They're, like, one of my favorite foods. That's, I hope you have an equivalent that you can enjoy as much as I enjoy apples. But, yeah, that sounds rough. Saria says, don't feel bad. I use this philosophy when talking about Zelda dimensions because Demise came along and I just decided to kerfuckle. I love that kerfuckle is becoming your catchphrase. I want you to use that more if you want to. I fucking love it. That's great. Kerfuckle the cosmology, not a complaint, by the way. I love expanded world building. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I do too. Okay, so I want to try to wrap up by the 4-hour mark, so let me just share a couple more. Jesus Christ, 4 hours. Let me share a couple of more things. So, I am now going to spoil the ending to the 1990-something movie Men in Black. It is a pretty good movie. If you want to see it and not have it be spoiled, feel free to stop watching the stream. Thank you very much for coming by. Love you, appreciate you. Go watch Men in Black instead. But that being said, I'm going to spoil the ending of it. At the end, the characters are in a neighborhood. This is on Earth. This is normal Earth. They're just doing normal Earth things, and we see this zoom out effect happen. I'm just going to let it play out. I'm going to keep the volume off because I am, like, this is an actual movie, so I'm worried about copyright stuff. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Okay, there's the Earth, right? There's a solar system. There's a sun, other planets, blah, blah, blah. And now we see what appears to be, I guess, the Milky Way galaxy. It doesn't quite look right, but that's okay. Oh, no, there it is. It's just a part of the Milky Way galaxy. And then we see this sphere. And it looks like the whole galaxy is contained within the sphere, like these little marbles, and there's just an alien who's playing with the marbles and picks them up and puts them in the bag. There are all these marbles in there. So one way of interpreting that is that alien over there is actually extremely fucking huge, and that alien has the strength to physically pick up the equivalent mass of an entire galaxy, basically, and move it around. The problem with that is that if I remember correctly, in the movie itself, you see that marble or whatever being worn as a necklace by another character. So what it seems more likely to me is that the entire galaxy itself is actually encased within a like space-time construct, and that space-time construct can be picked up and manipulated separately and moved around and rolled around and thrown or whatever. But the people inside the galaxy, like the entire galaxy doesn't shake and shatter and whatever, like in Gurren Lagann or anything like that, when the alien picks up the sphere and plays with it. It seems to be, I mean, it's left kind of vague, but it seems like the alien just kind of like plays with those things regularly, like it's just sort of a toy or a collectible or whatever. And as far as we know, like there's no destruction or repercussions of what you would think would be the massive amount of force shaking that entire galaxy when the ball rolls around. So I would not call that alien like planetary or whatever, or like galaxy level rather, not planetary, galaxy level, just because he's able to quote unquote manipulate a galaxy, because that again implies this power scaling terminology of him being able to, or they being able to physically contend with that amount of force, when really it might actually paradoxically be the case that they're only manipulating a few grams of weight, right? And it also, like, what is the weight even on that planet? Like, or maybe it's a few pounds, like whoever knows, or like what's the gravity like on their planet? You know what I'm saying, right? It's like, it's just an assumption to say that that thing actually weighs the weight of an entire galaxy, especially if I'm right and characters actually wear it like a necklace in the movie itself. That being said, let's talk about one last thing, which is Doctor Who. So if you haven't seen Doctor Who, you're not familiar with it, Doctor Who is a TV show that is science fiction, and it has a bunch, it's really good. Like, there are parts of it that are really good, there are parts of it that aren't all that much, but I enjoyed it. It's got like a certain nostalgia factor to it. And if you're not familiar with the premise, basically the idea is that the character is like an alien. It's kind of like Rick and Morty. It's like an alien kind of scientist guy who flies around the universe, can travel through time, and does adventures. And he travels in this thing that looks like a police box, which is like a telephone box. And the thing is, he can step inside the telephone box and be in a space that is larger than the telephone box. So actually, let's start with this, right? So here's the beginning of season 9, or it's not season 9. It's like season 1 of the like revamp of Doctor Who that came out in 2005. And if you haven't seen any Doctor Who, I would suggest that this is where you should start. So here's the Doctor. Here's the time traveling dude, and he's just met up with this girl called Rose, and they're running away from some enemy. And you can see here's the police box, here's the phone box, and he walks in, right? Again, I'm keeping the audio off because of the copyright stuff. He steps into the phone booth, and he looks like he's just in this small box. And there's nothing around the box, there's nothing on the side of the box. And then Rose runs in, tries to, like, get through the other side, isn't able to do so. Run, get in the box. And all of a sudden, there's all this space, right? She's kind of startled, she's kind of surprised, doesn't really know what's happening, goes outside, looks around, and there's the box. There's nothing else around it. And so she goes around in a circle, she looks back, there's nothing there. And then I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. She jumps into the box, and there's all this space. There's all this shit inside the box. And it's revealed later that there's actually like a whole lot of stuff. There's like a swimming pool. There's multiple rooms. There's basically like a mansion inside. Now, depending on which version of the canon that you consider to be real or whatever, that might not be 100% true. But I remember like there's a swimming pool somewhere in there, and there's like changing rooms and beds and stuff. So obviously we're not seeing all that. The way that the Doctor describes it as is that it is bigger on the inside. But what the fuck does that mean, that it's bigger on the inside? Well, it's just like that fucking frog, right? There is a interior space that is somehow wrapped up within the smaller space. And the series does actually try to explain it in a certain way. So this is from a much earlier episode like years and years and years ago, but it's still part of the same continuity. So here's the explanation that the Doctor gives. The Doctor is played by different actors. Don't worry about it.
TARDIS is larger on the inside than the out.
All right, I'll show you. It's because insides and outsides are not in the same dimension. Which box is larger?
That one.
Now, which is larger?
That one.
But it looks smaller.
Well, that's because it's further away.
Exactly. If you could keep that exactly that distance away and have it here, the large one would fit inside a small one.
If you could keep that exactly the same distance away, then that one would fit inside the other one. Let's listen to that again.
That distance away and have it here.
And have it here.
The large one would fit inside a small one.
So you're simultaneously having the thing here, but also keeping it a certain distance away. So it's in this location, you're keeping the location the same, but you're also changing the distance. And by doing so, you're manipulating the relationship in space-time between the two objects.
That's silly.
And yes, it is silly. It is a little bit silly. But it's also, as the Doctor responds,
that's trans-dimensional engineering, a key Time Lord discovery.
Transdimensional engineering. Now, obviously, this is science fiction. It's a different universe. The rules in this universe don't necessarily apply to the Naruto universe, but I think it does present a useful visual metaphor. And if you don't like the way that that was presented, here's like a fan creation, right? Artco TV.
The windows are too small. Yes, the sign on the door. Have two objects, the different size.
Sorry, let me do this.
Too tall. It's supposed to be. So, step one. Have two objects, the different sizes. Let's call this one Kevin, and this one not Kevin. Step two. Take Kevin and move him all the way to somewhere else. Oh look, it's smaller, but it's not. Step three. Simply now place Kevin inside of not Kevin. This video is going to get demonetized. I should just use letters. And what do you know? You've just discovered transcendental dimensions. Congratulations.
See, and that's like, I think right there. One sec.
And what do you know? You've just discovered
that visual right there of seeing the interior space that is clearly like a whole lot bigger and clearly right there. And it's behind the police box. It's right behind the TARDIS. But it's also inside of it and also not. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's happening with Naruto's dimensions. I think that we have, obviously don't have a TARDIS inside of Naruto, but we do have the frogs, and I think the frogs get us as close as possible to this same kind of explanation. So, I think that's all I wanted to say for tonight. I think, at the end of the day, the two major arguments that I've heard for Universal Naruto are the Tsukuyomi and Kaguya and the Otsutsuki. And we can certainly talk about like Momoshiki creating his dimension next time, and we can talk about all that stuff. We can talk about the Kaguya filler and what we learned from that stuff. I've been watching through some of that as well. And I'm sure we can glean some useful information. But at the end of the day, in my finding, and I hope that anybody listening to this, whether on the stream right now or listening back to this, in my research, I have genuinely tried, like really hard, to find any genuine actual positive evidence supporting Universal Naruto. I've genuinely tried to come at it from an open mind, and I cannot find any reason to believe that any characters in Naruto skill anywhere near this level, and I'm kind of fucking flabbergasted because just reading through the manga and just doing a little bit of peripheral research, I don't see how we're getting here. I understand the arguments, I hear what people are saying, I understand the words, but I don't really understand like why it's so hard. You know what I mean? And I think that the manga provides us plenty of resources to be able to scale Naruto accurately and favorably, or fairly rather, without going like off the deep end. So that being said, we talked about the Tsukuyomi, we talked about the like Kaguya's dimensions. There's still a little bit of room to talk about the Otsutsuki in general. We'll save that for next time because it's 4 hours now. I need to like do something other than blabbing for a while. that being said, next time I think I'll put up a poll and see what people want to do. My current ideas right now are either to continue with one more episode of this and like respond to more of Key's video. If you guys enjoyed that a couple streams ago, then we'll go back into that and talk more about his video, and we can review the conversation I had in the comments as well. See what you guys think of that. Or we can go back to the Sage Naruto versus Pain stuff if you guys want to break from uni. And then I think, getting us through to the 1 year anniversary of the stream, I think I am going to just do like a chill stream reacting to that old classic debate of Swag and Six versus Afro and Kabuki, because that was the debate that kind of got me into this in the first place. It'd be a nice way to kind of round out the year before the holidays and everything, and just chill and like laugh together and just enjoy it for fun. But in the meantime, I'm happy to keep whining about this or to switch to something else. I'll post a poll. You guys let me know what you think. So let me check chat real quick, and then I'll be heading out for the night. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this incredibly long ramble in this incredibly long series. I really appreciate all your time. Thank you so much to the new subscribers. Like, we keep growing, and I really genuinely appreciate everybody who has taken the time to hear me out, whether you agree or disagree. It means the world. It really does. I hope you're all doing well. So that being said, you said, let's see, philosophy. Oh, your favorite one is Men in Black 3. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time, but I should just rewatch the series. It's been, like I said, it's been a long time, so I'd probably get quite a bit out of it. Peak ending, yeah, I remember that it blew my mind when I first saw it. It was so cool. You missed that part? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Maybe the favorite thing? Doctor Who's not, well, okay, so I will say that Doctor Who, like old Doctor Who, does have some like sexism and some cringy stuff in it, and it didn't have like the best budget for sure. And modern Who, like new Who, and the first episode involves like these weird goopy farting aliens, right? So like there's definitely a lot of Doctor Who that has a certain kind of style of humor, and it's from a certain generation that doesn't necessarily translate well to the current generation. I watched it when I was younger, and I fell in love with it because of certain moments and certain character dynamics and its approach to sci-fi and its like fun, adventurous, upbeat tone. I also like discovered it right as I was falling in love with my previous partner, and so it became like a big thing in our relationship. And then I've watched some of it with my current partner, and we love it. And so I'm not personally bothered by the cringier aspects of it, but I get it. It's like, you could say that Power Rangers is cringe or whatever because the characters are gesticulating wildly and like they go through their power transformation. Maybe you don't like that stuff. Maybe you think it doesn't translate for a modern audience, but I go back and watch old Power Ranger stuff and I enjoy it. So whatever. It's, if you don't like it, that's fine. But I think there's a lot of really genuine and really wonderful moments in it. David Tennant, I think, is my favorite Doctor. He's a really wonderful actor. Just brings so much charisma and energy to the stage. And there's some really cool plot twists, really cool like narrative devices and everything. I don't think you should write the whole series off just categorically. But if you don't enjoy it, that's also fine. You're not obligated to or anything. If you ever want a recommendation for an episode to check out the one with the weeping angels. I think it's just called Don't Blink. That's the first one I saw, and that is sort of a very good like introduction to the universe. Oh yeah, so you mentioned the supergravity argument, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you send me a DM in Discord and remind me what you're talking about? Because I'd love to address that, but I don't really know what you're referring to. Dr. Strangle says, power scalers like to say, well, this thing is a 4D universe, and we see it's within another thing, so this is greater than it is 5D, but it could literally be 4D and a smaller 4D thing holding the original bigger 4D thing. Yeah, exactly. John is so based on implying sexism is cringe. Well, yeah, I hope that's not a controversial statement. I hope we're all in agreement on that. But yeah, I remember, I think it was Seth who said something along the lines of like, a 4D space is infinitely more powerful than a 3D space, meaning like spatial dimensions, because if you take a line, right, you can have an infinite number of lines, but the infinite number of lines will never make a square because they're never going to have that second dimension, and an infinite number of squares will never make a cube because they never have that third dimension, and therefore like a fourth dimensional universe will be vaster than an infinite number of third-dimensional universes. No, that's not not really how that works. But you just live your best life, But that's the thing, though. Like, I don't expect most people, like, I'm not prepared to demonstrate the mathematical proof or justification or whatever that to like argue math based about like infinite numbers and series and how to scale dimensions and stuff like that. I can try to break it down from how I understand it conceptually, but like just saying that a 4D universe is composed of infinite numbers of 3D universes and is therefore infinite times infinite numbers in size or some shit like that, it's just nonsensical, and it doesn't match up with it's like he like throws out terms like there are Roche limits, so X, Y, or Z, without actually defining what a Roche limit is, right? Like somebody recommended a video of his to me recently, and no shade to that person, but I looked at it and like I got like 5 minutes in, it's like this motherfucker is just throwing out terms that he doesn't know or care to actually look up, and it's like incredibly transparent and weird, so I couldn't get into it. Powerscaling can accept the true statement from Hinata that Jiraiya is silver adult Naruto. I don't know about that. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah. Key mentions supergravity in his video. The same one. Okay. Yeah, I need to. Oh yeah, no worries. I will. I just call him Key because that's I think his channel name, but Von Key. Like, I know who you're talking about. I want to review that video at least a couple more times before I comment on it more, because I want to make sure I'm not like strawmanning anything. So I'll give it another listen, and I'll make sure to look out for that specifically. He says this is a low complex multiversal 5D feat for Kaguya. Yeah, he also said that fucking creating the engraved Tsukuyomi for Nanashi was easily Universal Plus. So, no, but we could talk about that next time. You meant that unironically. Okay, good. Yeah, I think I kind of got that vibe, but yeah, I agree. From what I saw, I think the fact that it can actually be considered Universal Plus, but that could simply be because I lack knowledge about science to debunk it. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, if you come to that conclusion and you enjoy that interpretation, like, that doesn't mean you're stupid or anything. And when I yell about, like, X, Y, or Z content creator whose work I don't like, I'm not, like, then trying to say, hey, if you agree with them, you're stupid, or I'm yelling at you, right? Just to be very clear, I don't have anything against you. And if you come to that conclusion and you think it's valid, then that's okay. We can disagree about it, and then we can try and work that out. I just, like, my personal view of what he was presenting was that he was, like, it all kind of boils down to this. It boils down to taking power scaling terms that have a specific definition and then trying to find things in the series that match those definitions and plug them in. Like I said before, right? It's like Nanashi in Naruto Exporto Storm Connections creates a space that people's minds are being transported to. Since it's a physical space, it's a universe, therefore it's universal. It scales to our universe. Therefore, Nanashi is creating an entire universe that scales to ours, right? So Nanashi herself, without even like fully recovering her powers, is able to output the energetic equivalent of creating or destroying our known universe, and she just puts it into VR video game headsets. Okay, sure, if that's what you want to believe, but like, I don't really think that reflects what happens in the series, and so that's what I'm objecting to, right? I'm not saying that she doesn't create a space and that the space isn't real and that it doesn't have dimensions and physical properties. It does, but then applying that to the specific power scaling term of universal, because you could say that technically, since they use the word sekai and one of the definitions of sekai is universe, then we can just get Nanashi to universal. To me that's ridiculous. To me that's missing the point. But again, like, hey, maybe you can debunk me genuinely. Maybe you have a counter argument. We could talk about that, right? It's not like a line in the sand. That's just how I feel about it right now. Most people just use cringe to mean slightly progressive. that is true. Yeah, I've seen that as well. I don't really agree with Infinite Tsukuyomi being multiversal. Good. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. But I thought the supergravity scam was interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll be sure to check that out. It's on my playlist, so I'll listen to it a couple of times between now and then. And then, yeah, probably what I'll do is I'll gather my thoughts, and then if I have anything interesting to say next weekend about it, then we'll do that, and then we'll go back to Sage Naruto after that. So, that being said, Thank you again, everybody, so much for tuning in and listening and participating in the conversation. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great week. Next Thursday, we'll be continuing with Claire Obscure, and then next Sunday, we'll be doing more of this. Let me know if you have any questions or comments or anything you want me to expand on. More than happy to continue the discussion in Discord as well. Give me a shout out in the comments if you'd like to join. And in the meantime, take care and be well. Bye-bye.